Yo, 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 welcome to the Blue Lounge. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. How you all doing? How you all doing? I see I've already got CFC Stephen in the house. Welcome to you. Welcome to everybody who is joining. I've been away. For a little while, and to be fair, it's gonna be a little bit of a bumpy week or 10 days for me. I've got things that I'm currently dealing with. Big up William, big up to you, and big up to everyone from Kenya. QNTV Kasim, big up to you. Shiloh, been a while, mate. Been a while. Yeah, it has. Welcome back. Welcome back to everyone. Yeah, as I was saying, it's going to be a bumpy, say, a week to 10 days for me. Got a lot on my plate right now, but I am going to try my best to keep providing you with content. But excuse me for the erratic time schedule that I'm going to be having. And I know this was supposed to be out post-match yesterday, but it's out. Better late than never. Brian, welcome to the stream. People, this is going to be an open stream. I am going to post the link to the chat the link to the panel in just a second. Yo, declared, got me. Yeah, listen, it was bound to happen. I was going to stream at a time that you would be able to jump on. I know you're from down under, and time zones being what they are, it's a little bit difficult for you, but I'm glad you're able to watch us live today. People, I have put the link in the chat. I'm going to try to pin it to the chat. So it's a pinned comment now. You can click on that and jump on at any time during the stream. Today we're going to be talking mainly about the match last night. We'll go into other aspects, more general aspects in due course, but I really want to address the game. I think the game yesterday was a window to a lot of what is going on at Chelsea right now, in regards to the players, in regards to the system, in regards to Tuchel's methodology. And I think if we look into the game, we're going to see a lot. I have joining me Kasim. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Mo? You all right? I hope everything's all right.
Everything is all right for now. Dealing with the situation. Hopefully, everything will work out fine. So it'll take a little bit of time, but hopefully everything will be fine. I can't go into details of what is going on.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. That's fine. But I'm dealing with it. I'm working on it. So hopefully things will work out.
Yeah, you've been missed yesterday and the day before, mate. The Blue Lounge is a big thing, isn't it? So
I know. I've been around. I've been looking at other people streaming. I've been listening to the debates and the discussions on other channels. So I have been following, but I have not been able to post anything myself. But today I want to talk about the match. And people, the link, like I said, it's in the stream, in the chat. Click on it, and you can jump right on. Yesterday we had. Let me just put it on the screen here. Give me a second. I think there was a bit of confusion towards how we lined up yesterday, because on Twitter the formation looked like it was a back three. On the Chelsea fifth stand, they had it down as a 4-3-3. And to be fair, they played both formations yesterday. Yesterday there was points in the game where it was definitely a 4-3-3.
4-3-3, yeah.
There was points in the game where it looked like it was a 5 at the back. So it did vary yesterday. Jem, welcome to the stream. How are you, my man?
Yeah, not bad, mate. It's the earliest I've seen you stream. I thought, I'll come in for a little half hour.
Yeah, no. I've had to change a couple of things around schedule-wise, but yeah.
Are you well though? Yeah, because I know you haven't been well, have you? So
yeah,
no,
well I'm not 100%. I'm still recovering.
To be fair, I've been off all week from work. I've been working from home. I had the laptop and I had the phones with me. At the same time, I was streaming afternoon with Jim as well. So I was streaming and I was doing the work and everything. Yeah, how are you, Jimmy? All right? A long time no see, mate.
Yeah.
Okay?
All good, mate. All good. Well, as they say in Turkish, geçmiş olsun, mate, which basically means get well soon. So,
thank you, my man. Thank you. Ruben Loftus-Cheek was sent out. We're going to address the formation. Because to be fair, it wasn't even this. I mean, as a formation, because large parts of the game, Callum was actually playing as a right wing back, and Reece James was playing as a centre back. So it was a little bit of a weird one, but we'll address everything in due course. Couch Critic, welcome to the stream.
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
How are you, Couch?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Good.
Declared, first time on the stream. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on? I had to come. Kazim's going to spill some Ziyech stuff. I had to be here.
No.
I had to come, and Jim's here and everyone's got front row seats. I had to get here. I heard it before already, Kazim, but I had to hear it again. I didn't get a good listen.
I'll be quiet, mate. I'll be quiet today. I'm going to be quiet today.
Come on, man.
We'll try to get an objective point of view. Blue Ice, welcome to the stream. How are you?
Thanks, Mo. Thank you. I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome. Haven't seen you for a while. Hope you're good.
I know. It's been a minute.
It has been.
Jam, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, not bad, mate. You right?
Good.
Lads, before we get into the discussion, the formation on the screen, is that how we lined up yesterday, pretty much?
I don't think so.
Tell me what you think.
I think it was more 3-5-2, to be honest. With
I think you just keep switching.
Yeah, you could be switching it, yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. Like, I don't think that... I thought what we were trying to do was overload the right. So you saw Chalobah cheat over a bit. But I think the base setup was 3-5-2, if I'm not mistaken.
3-5-2 with Callum and Chile as the wing backs, with Reece James in the centre, right?
Right. Sorry, yeah. So I meant Reece James would be the one that would be cheating over more, not Chalobah.
All right. I'll give me a second. I'll just change that. Boogeyman, welcome to the stream. How are you?
Can you hear me?
We can.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I just ran. I saw you and I just ran, and so I can just come and get off people's nerves a little. That's good. Let's do this.
Looking forward to it.
Ruben Loftus-Cheek on the right and Ziyech on the left. Yeah, is that?
Kazim, was there a 3-5-2?
Loftus-Cheek with where Sal was.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sal was forward.
Yeah.
So, okay.
If you put Loftus-Cheek there and switch Sal with Ziyech, there you go.
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, but Sal was just playing behind.
Anyway, yeah.
I thought it was very advanced, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Who?
No, Sal, yeah, it was more advanced.
Yeah.
He's an advanced.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way I see it is this is the way we were lining up, but most of the time he was here and he was down here somewhere. So it was a bit of a weird one because
I mean, he was a ghost anyway, so that's what I call him now.
Ziyech yesterday was playing in out of position, out of sync. Very disappointing for me, Ziyech. I think Saul yesterday had a better game than the first one, but still not to the level or the standard that we want to see. I was impressed by Ruben Loftus-Cheek, and I want to know what you guys think about Ruben Loftus-Cheek's performance yesterday.
I'll start. I thought he was fantastic. I thought he staked the claim for the spot. And the reason, you have these games not just because you want to win cups and stuff like that. For squad guys, you want to give the manager something to think about. And I think he did that to a T. Like he was everything that we saw in the preseason game against the Arsenal and more. Like his ball progression, his aggressiveness on the ball, on the tackles were really good. He shielded the ball really well. Like he just used his physicality, which is something that we've always thought that he was capable of doing. We just didn't see enough of it. So all of that was on display. And then he also was tactically pretty good in that number 6 role, which I'm not going to lie to you guys. I didn't think that he was capable of that role just because I thought that he would not be switched on a lot of the times when we, would have to be more defensive minded. I think he has lapses there sometimes, but that was definitely not in display yesterday. And I mean, it's controversial, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna keep it 100. I think that Ruben Loftus-Cheek has earned himself another look in that position. And if I'm looking at the hierarchy right now, real talk. I think that he's taken Saul's minutes. He should take Saul's minutes until he falters and until Saul knows how to adjust to the pace and power of the Prem. He was ineffectual yesterday for me. Yes, he was pretty decent in the tackle, last-ditch tackles. He went to ground a couple times and won some tackles, but he just doesn't have the intensity for me. And what I saw from Ruben is exactly what I thought we needed to see from Saul.
I think
it's can I just add something more?
Yeah, I'll give you a minute. I think the performance by Ruben Loftus-Cheek definitely did him a lot of good. I think the way that he carried the ball, the way that he pressed with the ball, the passes that he made, the tackles, I think he did himself a lot of good by playing yesterday. Yes, the opposition wasn't strong opposition, but the performance was a good performance. I think Saul is probably hindering himself because every time he's taking the pitch and every time he's putting in a performance like that, it makes it harder for Tuchel to pick him over players like Ruben Loftus-Cheek, because Ruben Loftus-Cheek, yes, he's not a 6, but he can do that role. He can do that role. He can do the 8. He can even do maybe a 10. So I think Ruben Loftus-Cheek's performance has definitely done him a lot of good. I think Saul's performance is pushing him back, because if he continues in that vein, I'm not sure what we can do with him. I'd rather see Ruben Loftus-Cheek perform well and get into the team than Saul, because Ruben Loftus-Cheek is a player that is committed to the club, part of the club, while Saul is only here on loan. So for me, it's in Chelsea's interest to see Ruben Loftus-Cheek perform well. Yes, Saul, if we're looking at the season, the progression for the season, you want to see Saul also performing. But I'm not sure if we're going to get that from Saul. And I want to know what you guys think. I'll let Jim come in. I think he wants to come in on his. And I'll give Casimir a go after Jim.
I think we have to be careful as Chelsea fans, if you want my honest opinion. I thought his performance was immense. I was like Couch. I didn't think he was capable of playing in the 6. I was one of the guys that said if you play him there, you're actually limiting him. In anything, he actually adapted his game playing in that position, which was quite impressive, and he looked very good. But we've done the same thing with Trevor Chalobah, and don't get me wrong, he started very well at Chelsea as well, and there was talks about him. As soon as he had 1 or 2 good games, it was like, oh, he needs to start. We need to bench Aspie. We need to do this. He needs to play. I think, for me, it's good that he played like that, but at the same time, I say it to most of our players, I want to see consistency. And in terms of Saul Niguez, again, I feel like it's harsh. I think it's quite harsh to criticise him on 2 games. I mean, he needs time to adapt. We have to give him time to adapt. We gave all of our players that we bought last season the same principle, so we have to do the same. I'm not saying we have to give him the full season because he might not be here at the end, but he needs at least for me between 5 to 8 games to at least actually have a better assessment of him. He was played against Aston Villa the first time round in a deeper role where I felt he wasn't good enough because he thought he had more time on the ball and he just didn't have that, and he kept getting caught out of position. This time round, it was like Tuchel was saying, right, that didn't work. Let's try and allow him the freedom. Let him venture around, pick the ball up, see what he can do. See if he can give us that creativity spark, which we don't have at the moment because unfortunately people like Hakim Ziyech and others are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I don't think he had a great game, but I don't think it was as bad as his first game, if that makes sense. I just thought he got himself about. You know, he gave too many silly fouls away from me in the first half. I just think we need to just give him a couple more games. Do I think he can progress to become a better player moving forward in the season? Potentially. But at the same time, if Ruben Loftus-Cheek does keep getting more game time and he continues with the performances like he did yesterday, then it puts Sal down in the pecking order massively for me. So yeah.
I just want to piggyback on that because I think that we're kind of like in opposition, but not quite. Like I agree with you, and I don't think that like minutes are guaranteed for anybody. I think you have to earn your minutes. And judging on the performance that I saw from Sal Niguez versus the minutes that I saw from Ruben yesterday, I think Ruben warrants more minutes right now. As much as I want to see Sal Niguez get in form and like get more minutes and like just find his feet in the Premier League, you know, we can't be unfair to the guys that are actually playing well right now. And you know, he has to get minutes as well, right? So that's kind of how I see it. But I agree with you, Jem. Like there's no definitive decision there, you know.
Kasim?
Yeah, well, we start with I think when I was watching the formation yesterday, it was a bit weird. I thought Loftus-Cheek was a bit 6, and I expected before the game started was 8, and I thought Saul was well advanced near Werner. It was a bit strange thing going on with the formation. I thought Saul was good for his second half. He was trying too hard, you know, pushing people and such as to prove a point. I think he's a very, very good with the ball. There's no doubt about that. It's just the intensity is missing, and it's because you know the Premier League. Back to Loftus-Cheek, I thought he had a very good game, but it's just I said it early in your show, Jim. It's just consistently an injury or record that's the issue. And on top of that, if McGinn was playing last night, it'd be a different game. Because that McGinn is a very good holding midfielder. You know, I don't think Loftus-Cheek will move freely like he did last night. So maybe in a harder opposition, we'll find out more about Loftus-Cheek. So I agree with him. He needs to play a lot of games.
Yeah, Kasim, I think we have to judge based on the game. We could talk about harder opposition, we could talk about weaker opposition, but we need to judge based on the game because yesterday Saul didn't have a fantastic game. He had a good game in comparison to the first one, but he didn't have a fantastic game, and the opposition was lesser because Aston Villa did not play their first team.
Yeah, but Saul is different case, isn't it? Saul is different case. He came from the Spanish league, yeah.
I'm coming to it. I think in respect to Ruben Loftus-Cheek, his performance, based on a season of injuries, based on being out alone, coming back and trying to fight his way within the team, I think we need to give him. I mean, this might be me being biased, but I think we need to give him more of an opportunity to prove himself than Saul Niguez, because we have more invested in Ruben Loftus-Cheek than we do with Saul Niguez, and that's the point I was trying to allude to. I want to bring in Boogeyman, but before I bring in Boogeyman, I want to say big up to Declared and Nairobi Blue. Lads, I will give you a chance to come in, but I want to address something with Boogeyman. Boogeyman, did you see a different formation, a different system utilized yesterday, and is this something that Tuchel is doing as an experiment for that game, or is he looking to maybe loosen the shackles on this 3 at the back system and try to experiment more with a more traditional 4 defender system, maybe a 4-2-3-1, a 4-4-2, a 4-3-3? Are we looking at Tuchel making some changes this season, or is this just because of the players that were available and the fact that it's a cup game? How do you see that, Boogeyman?
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So let's start the fight. Listen, yesterday, first when I saw the lineup, I thought it would be 3-2 or 3-4-3 like we used to play. Then it will look a little different because in my thinking, we will have Ruben playing the position where Mount normally plays, like Mount, Havertz, and Ziyech as the front 3. That's how I saw the game at the beginning. But then when I saw Loftus-Cheek starting the game, again, I was surprised by Tuchel tactics. the game in his entirety, those people have not really played that much. We haven't seen that group of players play that much. So I'm not sure exactly what the purpose of trying Ruben at the number 6 position was. Maybe Tuchel's trying to have a backup for Jorginho. So the system that I saw is four. No, so 3 at the back. Then we have our 2 wing back, Callum and Chilwell. And then we have Ruben in the center deeper with Saul a little in front, and Kante play a little left. So for me, is pretty much Chilwell is alone in the left side a little. There's no midfield supporting him. As more Saul is a little bit advanced behind the 2 striker, and then Kante helping Hudson-Odoi on that line completely. So that's how I saw the system at the beginning when they start moving. I didn't think at the beginning that Saul was playing a real midfield, but he's not really also a winger. He's just in the middle there. Not supposed to come back, just stay around there, because that's how that was my reading of the system at the beginning. But then as it progressed, I noticed Saul coming down a little, and most of the time Kante is the only one taking the ball running, and Ruben is always at that position. And I'm surprised sometimes that people say Ruben. I think Ruben, the first game he played against Manchester City, right? I think he came in as a defensive midfielder. I think it was against Ancelotti. No, I think Ancelotti was a coach. It was our coach back then. When Ruben came to the field, I think his first game, and Yaya Toure was playing as an offensive midfielder for City, and physically he managed to handle Yaya Toure back then, and he was playing defensive. So physically he is able to play that position. But under Tuchel's system, that's where I disagree with a lot of people. Under Tuchel's system, we don't need someone to be physical to play that deep line. You just have to be fast and move.
I get all of that. But are we transitioning into another system?
No. Tuchel will never transition. No.
Right.
Tuchel will always be playing that 3 at the back, 2 wing back. But whatever happened between that midfield and the front line, he can just keep modifying them or do where the player's supposed to spend more time. That's Tuchel's decision, but it will always be 3 at the back, 2 wing back, and then either he has 2 deep line or 1 deep line, and then 2 other running up and come. No, the system has never been changed. Like sometimes we see like 2 strikers, or sometimes you see 3 up front, but in fact, he himself say, "I'm not changing the system. I'm keep playing the system, but there's going to be some trick in it." So I don't see any change in the system at all.
All right. Fair enough. I want to get a general perspective from Declared and Nairobi Blue. We'll start with Declared. Give me your general perspective on the game yesterday. What you thought was good, what you thought was bad, and how could we improve from what we've learned from the game yesterday? Just summarize it for me, please.
Thanks again, Kazim.
Pleasure.
First time caller, long time listener. That's what I feel at the moment.
Welcome.
So I think I was with everything you guys have said, and some I agree, some I disagree, because I think everyone's jumping. I think the main point, everyone's getting too excited about Loftus-Cheek and Saul. It's still early days, right? And Jem knows, a lot of people know that I'm a big Saul fan too, because I've seen what he can become. But like you guys said, Loftus-Cheek played in a game that was not the hardest opponent, so a weak Villa side, right? And Saul, and in terms of taking off minutes, right? Saul Niguez played a role, and this is why he probably played more. Saul is a gap filler, and this was the problem at Atletico, and I think Tuchel's about to do the same thing. Anytime he needs a role somewhere to fill in, he's going to put Saul Niguez there. That's why it's a bit harsh on Saul at the moment. I was going to say what Boogeyman said. When I saw the lineup, I thought we were changing the system. I thought we were playing 4 in the back, but we didn't. So you knew Cho was playing wing back. You had the 2 up front. Saul was at times. Saul went that deep. You almost thought he was a striker. If you remember some of that, he missed that. He got a head on the ball. Missed it. He was that deep, and I thought that was interesting as well. If we're playing, it was almost like when last season we were playing the false 9, and that's what was happening. Yes, but I thought Sal wasn't too bad in that system, right? Because I didn't expect a lot from him. I was just thinking going through the players, but we did. But my overall view is that a lot of players didn't know the system that well. I saw a lot of congestion in some areas. I saw movements. It wasn't tight enough. There's a lot of improvement with these players, but it was not bad.
Yeah. Would it be correct to say that a lot of players on that pitch yesterday felt that they had to prove themselves and had a lot of pressure put on them because of that, and as a result they didn't perform? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, 100%. Because like Ziyech, I brought up, he didn't get those crosses that he wanted to. He was taking shots. There were some players that were trying to fight for their position and wanted to show a little bit more than actually play the position. So where Cho played, Ziyech has a natural ability, because he's a natural winger. He goes out wide. Saul was a bit confused on the role. Loftus-Cheek did a good job, right? But Loftus-Cheek looked great as well, but didn't have a lot of pressure. I want to see Loftus-Cheek, in a harder game. Chilwell, first game back for the season. There's no pressure. There's probably pressure on him, but he's not fit, I didn't expect. From the defense, yeah, I feel like it. I feel not that they didn't have much pressure, but they were getting into the game. They were getting used to it. But people up front, people like Ziyech and Cho and that, who are fighting for in the deep pecking order, yeah, they had a lot of pressure on them, and they almost was maybe you can say a little bit selfish or to show something.
Okay, all right. Super chat here from Donald Iwa. Uber Loftus-Cheek was very good offensively, but his defensive play yesterday was very poor and almost caused the team to lose the game in the second half. Ziyech question marks. Listen, I think Ruben Loftus-Cheek, his performance generally was very, very good. Very, very good. Both offensively and defensively. It was never going to be perfect. The fact that he's not played for such a long time, coming in, it was never going to be perfect. But I think he performed to a level and a standard that we can be pleased with. In regards to Ziyech, I think Ziyech, I think he made a gem, summed it up by saying the ghost. He was missing for a lot of that game, but we'll address Ziyech in a minute. We'll get to Ziyech.
I tend to agree with the guy that just posted.
In what sense? In the defensive aspect?
Yeah, his defensive work. Okay. When I say defensive, it's more the way he has to move the ball fast and the way he has to put himself available for the center back. He was not there. He was not moving fast. He pretty much just walking pretty much there. If you guys rewatch the game, Loftus-Cheek didn't provide too much solution for a center back when they are under pressure at all. Yeah.
Boogeyman, do you think his performance? Let's talk generally, offensively and defensively. Generally, we can nitpick on certain passes, certain tackles, but generally, were you satisfied with it?
Average. He didn't make any claim for the starting 11 at all.
Fair enough.
Can I say something more? Can I say something quickly more?
Go on.
No. To say average, I think that was a bit too harsh, to be fair. But look, to me, Loftus-Cheek was man of the match.
He's entitled to his opinion.
No. But you have to be.
So man of the match. Tell me, why was he man of the match?
To me, he was man of the match for his standard. Yeah, he was man of the match. But that's what I was trying to say 2 minutes ago. More offensively, he was great. But if he come against one like McGinn, that's what I was trying to say 2 minutes ago. We find the real Loftus-Cheek because the McGinn is solid, isn't it? Yesterday, I'm not taking this away from him. Last night, he was man of the match. But with a tough opponent, we don't know how he's going to perform. That's my point. And I agree with Boogeyman. He was slightly slow. But he's got a good feet, he's got skills, he's got a vision and good pass. But I think he needs to be a bit quicker.
I'll be honest. I think you guys have been too critical of Ruben Loftus-Cheek, considering where he's been and where he is now. I think had he been putting a performance like that, 10 games in the season, with him playing, every other game, starting, this is his first proper start for Chelsea in a very long time. So, you're entitled to your opinions, but I think you guys have been a little bit too harsh. Nairobi Blue, I want you to come in. Give me your thoughts on the game, mate.
Hello. Hope everyone can get me.
Yeah, we can hear you, mate. We can hear you.
Let me just give a brief shout out to CFC Gem. I'm a fan of him from some other channel. I usually follow his analysis.
GNA TV.
This is my second.
You can say it. You can say it. We're good. We're good.
He's also a pundit on the Football Terrace.
Yeah, you can say that as well. We're good there as well. We're good there as well.
All right, Kasim. I'm a really good follower of your show. So to just give a brief of what I actually took from yesterday's game. For me, Saul was poor, and I'm afraid Saul still needs time to gel into the English game. And to be very frank, I think Tuchel never wanted to play him in the central position because he feared he could be bullied again. That's why he decided to go with Ruben Loftus-Cheek as the lone DM because he's more physical and he's more aggressive as compared to Saul. Saul made some runs in the opposition box, but he still, from the standards we expected him to hit, I still think it will take time for him. If a time comes that he plays in the 6-6, I think that is the best position. But for now, it will be a risk to play him there for now. For Ruben Loftus-Cheek, I think we just have to be fair. Boogeyman, I think this was his best game ever since he got the injury. Even last season playing at Fulham, I never really saw a good game from him other than yesterday. And I think in the pecking order of the midfield now, I think I can choose him as the fourth midfielder ahead of Sahul, if you allow me to say so. And I think from Ruben yesterday was good, and it was a good sign. He's our kid. We really love that guy, and it was good for him. And I'll give him man of the match, as Kasim said. It was worrying for me again for Callum Hudson-Odoi. I think from the beginning, I thought he's going again in the left wing back, the right wing back, but he was given more room yesterday to play.
Nairobi, I want to interrupt you for 1 second.
All right.
I'm getting some feedback. Nairobi, make sure you're watching the stream from StreamYard, not from YouTube. If you're on the panel, watch it from StreamYard, not from YouTube. Do you think that what's the best way to say this? Callum Hudson-Odoi is being mismanaged or badly managed by him being played out on the right, either as a right winger or a right wing back, and he needs to be played as a left winger. Otherwise, his reputation, his footballing reputation, is on the line here. Because right now, as a player, as a valued player, his reputation is dipping. It's dipping. I mean, his performances have not been great, and that's because he's not been played in the right position. Yesterday, I saw him on many occasions get into that box. He's not able to take that shot. He's trying to cut it back or to cross it in, when ideally you'd want to see him try to attack the goal and shoot. He has the dribbling skills, he has the pace, but at the same time he can't shoot with his left foot, so he needs to be on the other side to shoot with his right. And yesterday I saw him underperform because of the position he's at, not because he's lacking in ability and pace. So would you agree with that statement? Would you think that Callum is being wasted on the right?
To some extent, I will agree, but again, Callum has been given enough chances to prove actually that
on the left
he needs.
He has been, wait, Nairobi. He's been given enough chances on the left.
But usually, as a winger, if he can be given that chance on the right position, you see, our wing backs are not fully on the 90 minutes defending, for instance. The kind of system we play, our wing backs are always high on the pitch, and with the kind of skill set that we expect from Callum, he's a player we expect to beat players and either crossing the ball or beat players and shoot.
Yeah, which he does.
The end product is really missing from Callum. I really love that kid, and I thought he was the next Hazard, but there's something still missing. Maybe you could remember after he came from injury, Lampard did give him a playing time ahead of Pulisic. It was almost 3-4 games, and then Pulisic came back in, and Pulisic outperformed him, and then that's how he found him back into the bench. When Tuchel first came in, he gave him the nod, 3-2 games, and then I think there's still something missing. And at the moment, he's not proven enough that he can be given that left position, which the last game we played against, was it Aston Villa? He was given 20 minutes in that left position, and he really didn't deliver much. He was going forward and then passing the ball backwards, something which was actually worrying.
We'll come back. We'll come back to that. I'm still getting feedback from you. We'll come back to that. But I believe that to get the best out of Callum and for his future development, we need to give him more opportunity on the left. I'm going to come to Jake, but before I do, I want to give Blue Eyes a couple of minutes to give me his thoughts, and then we'll go to Jake, and then I'll open the discussion to everyone. Blue Eyes, how are you, my man?
I'm very well, thanks.
Tell me how you saw the game yesterday, mate.
Personally, it was very disappointing for me. Why? Because I was hoping that we're going to put that game to bed in regulation in 90 minutes, because that would be a very good litmus test to get to understand the viability of some of these folks that we had to bring in yesterday into the game. Overall, we did win, so I'm very happy. But in terms of personal performances, yes, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, he was all right. I still feel it's too early to be able to put a pulse on what Ruben Loftus-Cheek can offer us in that midfield real estate. Depending on what Tuchel, I'm hoping Tuchel now is looking at Loftus-Cheek and saying, yep, you could probably step into the third role after Jorginho and Kovacic. So we'll see how that plays out, but he's got a lot of work to do, to be very, very honest with you. Cho, I'm not sure about Cho, man. I'm not sure. Even if you play Cho on the left or the right, the center, he's still not producing. And the earlier we can call it out, the better. I was really hoping he was going to go on loan, and that did not materialize. I'm not sure what happened there. But he needs minutes. Right now, Cho needs minutes.
Let me cut you off for 1 second. Has Cho been out on loan yet, or has
no?
He? I don't think he has.
No, Cho. That's what I'm saying. And if you compare Cho to his mates, let's look at a group of 21-year-olds in the EPL today. Most of them went on loan. Let's look at Mount. Yeah. Mount went on loan. Let's look at Tammy. Let's look at Reece James. All these kids went on loan, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Chilwell, yeah, someone said it. Chilwell is, you can tell, I think he put on a little bit of pounds, and he's going to have to work hard to take that jersey back from Alonso, because I think Alonso right now is money. He's cash. Alonso is money. And then up front, Hakim Ziyech, man. Mo, I don't know how to criticize Hakim Ziyech when I'm on your show, bro.
Listen. I'll tell you what. You don't have to because I'll be doing it today.
Okay, good. I'll leave that to you then.
You see, Blue Eyes.
Yes.
Hakim Ziyech.
Yeah.
His performances have been dipping over the past couple of games that he's played. It's not just yesterday. Me personally, I thought yesterday he was trying too hard to make a statement. He shouldn't be doing that. He should be trying so hard to win the game. You have a game that you need to win, create a chance, cross that ball in. Some of them shots that he was taking, was it a shot? Was it a cross? It was a little bit in between. he was trying to do too much when he should have simplified things. I think. Hakim Ziyech needs to reevaluate
Exactly.
the way he's playing, and I think that criticism can be put to a few of our lads, because recently our first half performances have been generally poor.
Yeah.
Second half performances have been quite good, and this is one thing that I want to address in due course in the stream.
Okay.
What is happening in regards to our team and in regards to the first half and the second half, and why is it that we're having consistently poor halves to start the game? Before we get into that discussion, I want to give Jake a chance to come in. Jake, welcome to the stream. Tell me where you're from and tell me how you find the game yesterday. What you think of the game?
Yeah, so firstly, big up Kasim, big up Jem, Kasim, the other Kasim, Declared especially, Boogeyman, Couch Critic, Blue Eyes. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too, bro. Nice to meet you.
I'm all right.
Yes, sir, man. From New York. So going off the game yesterday, I'm actually a senior still at my university. So the game fell on the time of one of my classes. So I was trying to watch the game while I would take notes, but I'd have to take notes, so I'd have to not watch the game. You know what I mean? So it was one of those.
Smart kid, smart guy.
I wish I was that smart. Trust me, I'm not that smart. But this is something I really want to emphasize, and Kasim, I'm not going out your neck here. Just we had that chat about Ruben Loftus-Cheek on CFC chats a little bit ago, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
I'm not trying to act like God right now. I'm not trying to be like, I told him. All I'm trying to say is Ruben Loftus-Cheek 1,000% had more life at this club. And let me tell you, I played center defensive mid growing up. I'm so on board with at first it seemed like preseason, looking into the season from the outside, it looked like Ruben Loftus-Cheek being a destroyer 6 seemed like a Hail Mary and a half. It just wouldn't happen. Let me tell you, and everyone, when people want to talk about Ruben Loftus-Cheek, I feel like first thing people want to bring, you guys were just talking about it, loans. Where was Ruben Loftus-Cheek? He was just on loan at Fulham. I feel like everyone's just like, oh, Ruben loan at Fulham, he did terrible. Like, why would he have a spot back here? Guess what? Because everyone, not because everyone wants to say it was a bad loan, because it was just playing at Fulham wasn't that good. Why would it make sense for Ruben Loftus-Cheek to play more at a higher tier at Italy per se when he was linked with Lazio or Roma? Going on loan to a Lazio or Roma made no sense, because what is Ruben Loftus-Cheek as a player trying to do? He's trying to get back to his physicality levels. He's trying to get back to himself. He's playing consistent. I mean, you want to play consistent games, but we're not talking about Hudson-Odoi here. We're talking about Ruben Loftus-Cheek, who people say came off a essentially almost career-ending injury. So that's the idea of Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Him playing sporadic games helps him get back to the player he was. Number two, him actually playing. Ruben Loftus-Cheek is a giraffe. Who's going to win a header over that guy in the midfield? Let alone when he has the actual ball, who's going to body him off the ball? No one. No one's going to body that man off the ball. And on top of it, moving around the field less is better for him, right? We're talking about a guy who doesn't really want to. I understand he's good at left, mid, right, mid, maybe on the left wing. People want to see him in the front three. I think he's chilling in a destroyer 6. And I just want to emphasize, again, I just told you guys I didn't watch most of the game. But what I did see is I went on Twitter afterwards. I saw an RLC montage, and I saw a ton of people giving him his flowers. And that is one thing I was not expecting people to say on Twitter. I mean, just giving RLC praise. But on top of it, this is what I try to emphasize when we got Saul. And this is another thing. RLC has a good game, so it's bash Saul. No, that's why I hate people who are so reactionary. Everyone's their own player. Everyone can have their own game. Secondly, when we signed Saul, everyone's like, oh, RLC has no life. Barkley has no life. Guess what? Look at our midfield right now. Conte, Kovačić, Jorginho. Saul, I guess, fourth choice on paper. RLC is our 5th choice midfielder. Are you kidding me? No one's had as good as a midfield as Real Madrid's 3. No, I'd take R5 over their 3. So again, I'm just spewing about RLC. I know that was a lot about RLC, but I just want to give the man his flowers. I got faith in him.
That's big shout, man. Big shout.
Yes, sir.
To be fair, Mo, he did. Jake, you did, mate. I remember that.
It's good feedback. Man. It's good feedback, and I agree. I think his performance yesterday was very good, especially considering where he's been, over the past couple of seasons. So no, I'm happy to see the strength and depth that we have in our midfield. To be fair, and I made this comment on Jim's stream, and I was being serious. I mean, he might have thought I was joking, but I also think Barkley coming on for the last few minutes, he pressed well. He created some attacking chances, but I'm not sure what you guys think about Barkley. I know he's laughing.
Listen,
he replied straight away on this. He was like, "No."
I like to say something about Barkley.
Go ahead.
I think Barkley has a better impact on the game than Saul have done the entire 60 or 70 minute Saul has played. And
Boogeyman, I love you, man. I love you, Boogeyman.
And Barkley has he has done a tackle. I think it was in the 80-something minutes.
Tackle.
That recovery tackle that Barkley has done.
That was very good. Yeah.
What's that?
It was a very good tackle. You're absolutely right.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So, and you can also
You tackled
see.
him?
No, I didn't tackle.
Thank
anybody.
you.
I didn't understand. Okay, good. So the fact is, even Barkley's defensive work was good, and his offensive impact was way too good for me. So I don't even know why Tuchel think Barkley. Or why do we even think that Saul should play a front, support the two striker instead of Barkley? I think Barkley deserves to start that game. If Barkley was to start that game, we will have a better game than Saul position. I don't even think Saul has the level or has the how do you say this? Has the technicality to even be in our B team right now. That's I reached that point already.
Oh no, I highly disagree there.
But that's our point. I know Barkley was supposed to be loaned and all those things. I know at one point we used to say Barkley was a surplus, and because we rather have Loftus have more time, game times, all those things. But what I saw from Barkley yesterday, I don't think Saul deserves to be in front of Barkley.
Hold on, real quick.
Wait, guys. I addressed the comment to Jem, so I'll let Jem come in, and then I'll give Jake and Couch Critic a chance to respond. Go on, Jem.
Where do I start? This guy has done it again. He's done it again. He does it all the time. He's got a nickname for a reason. This guy, the Deceiver. He's a deceiver. I'm telling you, this footballer is a deceiver of a footballer. He has one good game when everyone starts getting excited, going, "Oh yeah, he should play. He should be in front of Sal. He should be doing this. He should be in that." Ross Barkley's been at Chelsea for how long?
3-4 seasons.
4 years, I think. Yeah.
And why has he really not cemented himself within a part of this team? Why? If he's been here for 3-4 seasons, how comes we've not seen any? Right? He's had some good games. I remember against Liverpool in the cup where he scored that winning goal from outside the box. The biggest problem with me with Ross Barkley is he's just not good enough for Chelsea. I'm going to be honest with you. He's not consistent enough. He will have one really good game, and I agree with you. He'll have this really good game, and he'll cement himself in the team the next game, and then he becomes another Ziyech, a ghost. And I'm like, where is he? Is he playing? What's he doing? And that's the problem with people. And it's not. That's the problem with a player like Ross Barkley. When you play for Chelsea, you have players that come in that are going to be consistent in their positions.
Would this be a fair statement?
He's not consistent in his position,
Jim, would this be a fair statement? Ross Barkley is a player with a lot of talent, but has no discipline. Would that be it?
And yeah, I hear that. But at the same time, I think he has a lot of similarities to Callum Hudson-Odoi, and I'm going to tell you why. Because they're both, in terms of ability, probably in our team, one of the best with ability. The only thing that lets them down is them. They limit themselves. Because this is why this thing with Callum Hudson-Odoi playing right, left, whatever you want him to play, I don't entertain it. Because even when he does get given the opportunity, he doesn't take his chances. He limits himself. No one limits him. He limits himself when he's on that pitch. Ross Barkley is another example that he'll be given an opportunity. He should, go from one length to another. He doesn't. He drops.
So
It gives the coach a reason. It gives the coach a reason to bench him again. And that's why I keep saying to people, you've got to take your chances at Chelsea. If you don't get in the team. It's just the way we run.
What does Saul show to even play more to game at this point?
Boogeyman, Sal's just came from the Spanish
just
league,
got here, bro.
second game for Chelsea.
From that Spanish league, he hasn't managed to cement his place in Atletico Madrid. He's pretty much the same as Barkley, the way we used to have it here. So I don't understand.
That's not the same.
La Liga and the Premier League.
Why is
two
not the same?
different leagues,
Atletico
Boogeyman.
Madrid
They're
and Chelsea.
two different
Sorry,
leagues.
he was in the Champions League final. He played in the Champions League final. He was an integral player for that.
Player for the last 2.5 years.
I agree with you.
Saul has no starting position. So why do we think
never played it that
Barkley?
Boogeyman.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, Couch. I was talking over you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I want to hear Couch, and then I want to hear Jake come on this. Couch, go ahead.
Okay, so essentially what I'm saying is you can't really expect wonders from Barkley because we've seen him for so many years, and he's just, as much as he's talented, he just doesn't necessarily have the mindset. He's an immature footballer because he doesn't. First of all, the manager doesn't want him here. That was the first inkling right now. The managers looked at him, evaluated him, and did not want him here. He wanted Sal Niguez. He wanted to bring him into the squad. So that's one thing you can look at. And to be honest with you, like as much as I think that he's a talented footballer and he has something to offer, mid-table squads and whatnot, he can't come into this Chelsea team that is trying to win titles with the mentality that he possesses right now. How many times has he been caught, drunk at a bar, whatever? Like just that's the mentality you don't want around this squad right now.
Discipline.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's no discipline. Yeah, he's right. He's no
Certain
discipline.
players take more time to mature. Barkley may be one of those. He is 27. Maybe the time has come for him to mature. But I just know Saul Miguel is 27, 28. He hasn't produced anything yet.
Even in the Spanish league. He won the La Liga.
To be fair, I think Barkley has his time has gone. I think the fact that he's still in the team is logistical issues. We weren't able to get him out of the club on loan. We were focusing on other players, and that's why he's here. So logistically, he's in the team. Him, even Malang Sarr and others. There are players in this team because we want them to be in this team, because we have a future plan for them. And there's others. Unfortunately, Ross Barkley.
Villa even didn't buy him back more. He went to loan to Villa, and they saw something there, maybe regarding his attitude, blah blah blah. They didn't buy him back.
He refused to go.
Hold on.
What are you guys talking about? It's well known.
Listen, Boogeyman. I'll give you guys a chance. I want to get in Jake, then Declared, and then I've got Blue Kaku joining as well. So I'm trying to give everyone a chance. So just bear with us. Jake, give me your thoughts, mate.
And thank you, Kasim, for organizing this whole thing. I'm actually going to go after this, but I definitely got to get this out. Boogeyman, you're saying some controversial stuff, my guy. So, Kasim, you said the ship sailed. Most definitely has that ship sailed, number one. Number two, Boogeyman, you just said Barkley is technically better than Saul. That's like the one thing I would not argue, bro, if anything. Like, Saul is so technically gifted, it's crazy. Number three, and people got to get their heads around this about Saul. People got to really get... Declan Rice, yeah, if anything, he's for the future. We don't got to get into it. Trumani, yeah, he's the younger guys, if anything, for the long term. We literally went after a fourth-choice midfielder. Not a starter, a fourth-choice midfielder. I don't think anyone can count on 3 fingers, 2 fingers, 1 finger. Give me a better name. Who a better potential fourth-choice midfielder could be that we could have signed.
It's true.
Saul was it. This was literally one of the best players we could have got. Like people got to get their heads around that. So, I would definitely not write him off after 1 or 2 games. Let alone we all know how you got to adjust yourself to the league. I mean, Timo Werner, you could name names, but yeah, just got to get that out there. I love Ziyech, right? I never pictured him at Chelsea. He's just a different player. Same thing with Saul, honestly. He's just a different player. Never would have pictured him at Chelsea. The fact that we got him here. We got it. All we can do is back him as fans. That's what we got to do as fans. So, yeah. All love. Nice meeting you. Kasim, you run a great show. Jem, you run a great show.
Cheers.
I'll see you there, man.
How much
Come on, you Blues. Let's go, Blues. Come on.
Cheers, Jake. Appreciate you for coming on. Take
See you there, Jake.
All right. I'll give Declared, and then I got Blue Lukaku coming on, and then Boogeyman. A lot of questions that you have to respond to. So Let's see what Declared has
I'm
to
used
say.
to it.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
Declared, go ahead, mate.
some of the points already made too, but yeah, now I know how Boogeyman got his name because he actually shocked me with that comment. I was scared out of hell. I had to listen to it again. I didn't know what was going on. I thought I misheard you. That's what I thought. There is no way. Look, Saul was one of the best midfielders not that long ago. Bark, yeah. He had a price tag over 100 mil, right? And he was the best. He was one of the best in the world.
90 mil.
Put a year on that statement. When was that?
When he was 22 and to 24.
18, 17, 2017, 2018.
I think 2-3 years ago.
How many years ago?
2 years ago.
2-3 years
Thank
ago.
you.
No,
And
it was more.
Did we get him
It
that
was
time?
three.
No, we just get him now, where he can even cement his position at Atletico Madrid. That's all I'm
Because
saying.
Boogeyman, if
What-
he was still in the same
that's
form, we
football-
wouldn't get
football
close to
goes
him.
What?
If he was that same player, he would have been over 100 mil. We wouldn't get close to him.
Yeah, but
If
we
he
don't
was the
want
same
a
player.
player that used to be good in the past. We want a player as right now. We want them. Is it good right now to be a starter in the Chelsea team? No.
No,
That's
but
what
what's
we-
not-
You're making
He
that
doesn't
judgment,
handle the
Boogeyman.
rhythm of APL.
Hold on.
He needs
You're
time
making
to-
that judgment on 90 minutes of gameplay. How many minutes of gameplay have you seen Barkley play? Barkley was compared to Gascoigne when he was younger, and he never fulfilled that role, right? Villa didn't even want him. Every loan he's gone on, no one wants him. He's meant to be at his peak now. He has not peaked yet, right?
Certain
He hasn't
player
even
need
peaked
time
yet. He
to
hasn't even
mature.
gone through puberty yet,
Yeah, but
Boogeyman.
certain player-
I don't know how you can make that statement.
Certain player
You
need
watch
time to
Saul for
mature.
90
They may
minutes,
mature at
man.
28,
He's
30.
killing
I
you,
don't
man.
mind it. Barkley still have the talent. I saw it last time. He showed a lot of good things.
Bro, you- what-
Like he showed a lot of commitment. I saw it yesterday.
You know what you saw last night?
Maybe like
You
Jim
saw
was
Barkley
saying.
come on, 15
I wanna-
minutes, right?
Yeah,
When the
Declare,
game
Declare,
everyone was
1 second.
tired, and you saw him do
Declare.
one or two things.
One second.
It's
one
like
second,
James
Declared.
said.
1 second.
He deceived you.
Declared.
Sorry,
1
go.
second. 1 second. Ross Barkley, like we said, he does have talent. Declared just said, he was compared to Paul Gascoigne, in his early days. To be compared to Paul Gascoigne is a massive honour. Paul Gascoigne was one of the best, if not, he's a legend. In my opinion, Paul Gascoigne was a legend on the pitch. Off the pitch, something else. And also, Ross Barkley done the same as what Paul Gascoigne has done. Off the pitch, he is all over the place. And that is what has affected him. And that's what I was saying to Jem. I was saying Ross Barkley has a lot of talent, but not enough discipline. And that is why Ross Barkley will
That's a good
never
point.
be the best that he can be. Because he does not have discipline. When he came on that pitch yesterday, I agree with you, Boogeyman. And that's why I made that comment. Because I think when he came on that pitch for those, was it 5, 10, 15 minutes that he was on the pitch, he did well. But that
Really
what he
well.
did,
Really
well.
well.
That what he did, he cannot do consistently game in, game out.
Yeah, but
throughout the season,
maybe-
and that is why he's a problem.
That's what I'm trying to say. Certain
He-
players
Normally,
need them to
Boogeyman
mature.
rates Barkley, but he don't rate
Boogeyman.
Lukaku. It's weird, man.
Boogeyman, he
Rates Barkley, but don't rate Lukaku.
1 second. He had some fantastic games under Lampard, especially when it came to playing against Liverpool, because Liverpool, for Ross Barkley, there's a lot of motivation to beat Liverpool. Being an Everton lad and whatnot. So there is that he can be that, but he isn't there. And that is the point we're trying to make.
He's not much. Like I understand what Jim say. But the guy has a talent. When he feel the pressure, sometimes he produce a lot of good stuff, and then we feel, okay, is it there yet? Then 2 games later, he's just some average player. I understand that. That's what I'm trying to say. Barkley, maybe those players that take time to mature. Maybe what happened to him this season.
How much time does he need?
He's
man?
27. Like he has his jersey been taken away by Kovačić. That is a massive shame on him. Those things can actually wake you up. Say, okay, something is going on. If I don't wake up, I may turn like a wheelchair. The Arsenal
Jack
player.
Wilshere.
Sorry,
Jack
thank you.
Wilshere,
Jack, my turn to be like Jack Wilshere. Jack Wilshere also compared to Gascoigne, Gaza. So maybe now is the time. Because I saw him yesterday where he was so disciplined, focused. As soon as he loses the ball, he always trying to take his position, tackle, and everything. Everything was clean. And then I'm like, if this guy was starting the game instead of Saul, we've probably been winning that game in the first half.
Okay, but let's just keep in mind he's running at
Where's-
tired legs though too, right? It wasn't like he came into the game and it was matched with guys.
Yeah,
that
but
were
you have to
disrespected
impact
to
that
us.
game with your 10 minutes to be able to have a chance to do anything.
Yeah, but you're saying that he can have that same impact from the start, though. You're
Yeah,
saying
I
that
think he
can have
will.
that same
I think he can. But someone just say against
Hey.
Liverpool.
He can't. He's a
He
deceiver,
started the game
man.
against Liverpool.
Accept
And,
it.
sorry,
He's a
yeah, someone.
deceiver.
What's that?
Just accept he's a deceiver, Boogeyman. Come on, you're better than this.
No,
You are better than this, my friend.
Boogeyman.
Hey, I want to know where
Pre-season.
Jack Wilshere is.
Pre-season, yeah. We were looking at Ross Barkley's performances in pre-season, and we were all worried. Do you know why we were worried? Because we were worried that Tuchel might be deceived by Ross Barkley and decide to keep him. Because Ross Barkley can do that. We'll talk about that more. I want to give the mic to Blue Lukaku. Welcome to the stream. Tell me what you think about the game.
Sorry.
Jem, no worries. Thanks for joining me.
See you later, bro.
Jim.
Cheers, Jem.
See you later, bro. Boogeyman, big up to you as always, mate. Big up to you all. He does crack me up, honestly. He really does get to me every time I come on here. He brings out some.
Yeah,
he's
you're
like a new
welcome
player
anytime. You're welcome anytime.
Boogeyman by name and by nature, as they say.
I just don't get how someone doesn't rate Lukaku but likes Barkley. That blows my mind.
No. He rates him. He rates him now. He rates him.
Right.
He's changed his point of view.
I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
See you later.
I sometimes update my brain. I did update my brain.
Blue Lukaku, how are you? How you doing, my man?
I'm good. How are you doing?
We're doing good. We're doing great. Blue Lukaku, yeah. I've seen you before, but you always change your name, man. You keep changing your name, so you're confusing me. So tell me how you found the game yesterday. What's your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I think I won't change now. I'll stay to Lukaku now. Don't worry.
All right.
Yeah, I came on a bit late, but I think I'll just jump onto the Barkley Saul train. I think the first thing, if we're just looking at this game only, let's not forget this was a game for minutes. Minutes for players that we generally don't always see. The likes of Chilwell that they were actually in the first team squad last season. Even for someone like Saul who's come in recently, it's time to give him minutes. Even though we all feel like Saul and Ziyech should have come off earlier. Saul just needed the minutes. Personally, I don't want to see Ziyech anywhere in that team because I feel like, especially first half, our system was working well, but then the front, 2 front 3, whatever, I just feel like they weren't doing their job. But I'm just happy that we managed to win. In terms of Barkley, guys, how many years has Barkley been at Chelsea? Barkley is a good player, but he's not a big or great player. In other words, we're not going to win a Champions League with Barkley. We're not going to win a Premier League with Barkley. But if Barkley is at West Ham or maybe Everton, he can shine there, So yes, he will be good for us here. But I still think, inconsistency, like what people have been saying. He's not a consistent person. He might shine these 5-10 minutes, but he can start the game next week and you won't find him. So I think what we can do is just take the key points from the match. Loftus-Cheek had a great game, and we're starting to see that Loftus-Cheek we saw the days of Sarri, and I think it also might give Tuchel a headache because you see the box-to-box midfielding that Loftus-Cheek did yesterday. I was actually amazed because you see he was sort of playing that Jorginho role, like he's the link between the back three, the midfield, and the front players. So he taking on players like one-on-one. You're so amazing. So I don't know if he'll be able to play with the other midfielders, and he's sort of like with his back to the offense. So I'm now thinking now, like, how can we integrate Loftus-Cheek into the team? But that's a story for another day. But I was just happy that Loftus had actually a good game, and that just means more depth to the squad and a headache for Tuchel. I think that's what I have to say.
Screen. That was
it's like you kicked us off or something like that. I was like, I haven't said anything like the last 10 minutes, man.
I thought it was a ban or something. I said, like, I didn't do anything yet today.
No, I actually did this 10 minutes before we came on, and I didn't try it, so I thought I'd give it a go. Let's just look at it one more time. Yeah, I think I need to make it a little bit shorter, like maybe a couple of seconds shorter. That'll be perfect. All right. So
Lukaku,
guys, you saw that.
big talk though, man. Big talk though. That was exactly how I felt that game too. Exactly.
Yeah,
Especially with Ruben.
I agree with most of the time, most of the things he said. But when it comes to Ruben, I still don't think Ruben has performed I'm not going to say consistently, but during the game, he has those bursts, like I see him picking up the ball, 1v1 with the first guy, he just dribbled like really easily and then carry the ball with his speed where nobody can stop it. I saw it 3 or 4 times he did something like that, which told me the old Ruben is still in there. But my thing is, in Tuchel's system, so if Ruben today was trying in a deep position, in Tuchel's system, the physicality is not what we need too much in that position. Is the eye for positioning, how to allow your center back to find you as fast as possible. They have to be finding you all the time. But Ruben didn't do all those. But as soon as he has the ball, he already passes it. But most of the time, he's pretty much hiding. Not hiding, but he's been blocked pretty much, or he's been hid by the other opposition, which I didn't like. Because
well, you got to keep in mind. You got to keep in mind if the opponents are blocking him out of the game, then we have to find other ways to get him on the ball. And I think we did that effectively. It's not so much about him moving around the pitch, because he can't just like move out of position like just to find the ball. He has to stay positionally aware of where he is as well, right? So I think he did a good job of that. But you're right, though. He did get marked out of the game a couple times. And that's the responsibility of the rest of the teammates then, to find other ways to get him involved, right? So exactly. I agree with you on that aspect.
I think
he needs to find better transitions.
Actually, the person in that role is actually running the game, right? So it's not the other team's role. That's how big the responsibility is for that role. That's why I'm not convinced on Ruben, and I know everyone gets real excited in these cup games.
What did you say lastly? I didn't hear the last sentence, the last word you used.
I said cutting out there. You said you're not convinced on Ruben, and then it cut out. Yeah, so just repeat that.
Oh, sorry. I said. I said that in the role. Yeah, hold on. Everyone was like, I was saying, there's a lot of responsibility for Ruben, right, in that role, right. He has to dictate the play, right. Not the team's going to move around. He's going to tell the team where to move, and then he's going to get the ball. And I think I was saying, because everyone gets excited in these cup games, that Villa side sat back and put very little pressure on him, right? He had an easy transition from defense to midfield, and it was like Boogeyman said, there was only like 3 times where he had to wiggle out of the opponents. So I think we can say don't get too excited yet. I'm not confident that he can do that role yet.
Yeah, we're not. I'm excited the fact that he's a fourth. I'm excited that he's a fourth choice midfielder.
Let me. Hold on, guys. Let me introduce the stream. Xavi, welcome to the stream. Give me your thoughts on the game in general and Ruben Loftus-Cheek in particular.
All right, man. If y'all don't know me, man, I'm a big advocate of Ruben Loftus-Cheek, but don't trust me, I'm not getting excited. But like we integrated a lot of changes, and honestly feel like I was impressed, because when you change the lineup like that, it's never gonna be nice. I thought we have a sloppy game, like our starters weren't there. Reece James played really well, and Ruben Loftus-Cheek, this is what we're not saying that he's gonna come in and start. I always said he could be a good squad player because he has qualities that we don't have in the midfield. And I think that somebody was saying that Ruben was not driving. I don't know if you wanna watch a highlight clip. First of all, he's playing a DM role, so at certain parts he can't lose the ball there, because if he loses the ball, then they attack our goal immediately. But when he had the chance to take, he would do like little shifts and then go around the player. Even one time he took it on his chest, thought he's about to lose it, and then chopped Nakamba and started to drive. Even in the final third, Mason Mount's chance, that awareness in the final third to flick that ball in amongst a crowded group of players to set it up for Mason Mount is something that we've seen Ruben do in, I think, 18-19, where he was adding goal contributions and all that. But he's not going to come in after a year at Fulham, after that horrible injury. That Achilles injuries is something you can't just come back. It happened to Kobe, if you want to reference it. You seen that number 8 Kobe to the 24 after that Achilles. He did have that spring in his step. So it's we got to be patient, and he really took this chance. And now he's given something for Tuchel to talk about, like a fourth choice midfielder. Because if you look at it now, we got to be careful of Conte. So that leaves us with Jorginho and Kovacic. Jorginho's been like burnt, and he's picking up little niggles and injuries. As you see, he has like a bandage on his right. So we're down to 2 midfielders that we have to worry about. So we have to depend on Kovacic and who else in the midfield. So I think Ruben is a very viable option in that fourth role squad player. And if he could prove it, this is he's 26, yeah, but I feel like a loan would have done harm. I think the Fulham loan was to get him game time. I don't think it's to overanalyze him playing. It's to get him a consistent run of games without getting injured, because that's stuff that he struggled with. Now it's about integrating the squad, and I feel like under Thomas Tuchel, he could get the best out of Ruben and what he's done. And he has to adapt to that DM role too. He's not a DM. So holding down the play, he gotta understand like his awareness defensively, even though he made a couple good chances, where and when to do those driving runs. Because you in the DM where he is at, you can't lose the ball there. I'm sorry. And so that's my thoughts on the game. I mean, Villa's a good side, don't get me wrong. I know it's their B team, but he was up against Buendia as well, so that's a good quality player. And Buendia had like zero effect on the game to me. So
exactly.
That's my thought.
So Xavi, I just got a question.
Wait,
Yeah.
Couch.
Yeah, sure.
Listen, we've talked a lot about Ruben Loftus-Cheek. This is Xavi's first time on my stream, so I wanna get him to introduce the next topic that I want to talk about, and I want to get his perspective, and then we'll move from there. How do you rate Kepa's performance yesterday? Specifically, his penalty shootout, and before that, his gameplay. Because judging him on the penalty shootout alone, in my opinion, was good. But in the actual game itself, how do you rate his performance generally?
I rate his performance very well. I think going back to Lampard's season or the seasons he's had, we've had very low confidence to the point where Mendy came in and Mendy comes out and collect the ball and we're all screaming hooray, stuff that a keeper is supposed to be doing. I was impressed with him because first he made that good one-on-one save. There's a shot that I think Borja Traore had, and normally Kepa in the past has been spilling those shots back into the danger zone, and he held on to it. And I've seen him now come out and collect crosses, which that to me is very impressive. Him coming out and collecting it, like he did it in Ventana. He got injured. I guess he's not used to it and like planted on his foot and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think he's gaining his confidence back, and I think he had him understanding he has some sort of trust in his manager. I feel like it's mentally for Kepa. It's a mental thing. I got to see how he does on the long shots now. That's the next phase, because normally from range, teams will like shoot. I feel like, for example, if you go to the FA Cup, Ayoze Perez, I don't think he would have shot if that was Mendy and go from outside. I think they know. Even I've seen Son collect the ball last game, and his immediate thought, shoot from outside the box. So, that's the next phase for me. But I'm impressed. He's gaining confidence. So,
all right.
Mendy's still number one though.
Yeah, obviously.
Listen, can I say something quick here?
Yeah.
Every time now I see Kepa performances, just at ease during the African Cup of Nations when Mendy is not around. I'm feeling a little better than I'm not too stressed by it at this point, because like someone said, he was commending his space. He's pretty much coming out. He doesn't care who is in his way. He just jump, and he know he will be protected by the referee. Before, he always trying to back up in the net. Pretty much when the ball in the air, for some reason, he think people will shoot on him. Also, it's a handball or volleyball. I don't know what kind of thing they play in Spanish, but now he knows when the ball in the air, he has to run and jump and take it, because he's using his hand. He's taller than everybody, so he's not scared anymore. And also in one-on-one, did you see how Kepa made himself big? Before, most of the time, he kind of always do some reflex thing in front, like something like, oh, that hopefully that ball didn't hit me and hurt me or something. Now he's going to it. He's ready. He's looking at the ball, eye open, and go for it. Before, he cannot even do that. And the third thing that Xavi put on, when Kepa hold the ball in the hand, did you see how firm, and he always put his entire body on top of that ball. That ball should not move. That shows the confidence on the goalkeeper. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he also, I feel like he knows that the team is going to be counting on him during the December and January month, and he wants to put everybody at ease. I got this. When Mendy is not here, I got it. Just relax. I got it. And that's why. So he needs to keep picking up all those cup games and making himself big and just keeping the clean sheet. Yesterday, it was just big. He was how do you say that? He was unlucky. That goal, no keeper will ever save that thing. That it was just it was pem, and then it was
Especially a header
in the
too.
angle. It's crazy. I don't think even Mendy will ever move. So he was unlucky yesterday. Normally, that yesterday performance is a clean sheet. On top of all those penalties, I don't want to talk too much about it. He is our main man when it comes to penalties. So he should be our cup goalkeeper from now till the end. At least the cups, because we want to take the FA, Carabao, and what. He needs to be our. Go ahead.
I don't have a problem seeing him in some Premier League games as well, because we may need to rotate Premier League, Champions League, Premier League, Champions League. So depending on the knockout stages, who we're gonna get, I'm confident that we have a good backup goalkeeper. I want to bring in Couch Critic on this, but before I do that, I want to use my cut screen again. So I'll see you guys in 8 seconds. I love that screen. I love that. All right, Couch Critic, tell me, are you confident now?
You're just bragging, man. You showed us all these images and stuff you're working on and thing, man. Come on now.
Are you confident that we have a good backup goalkeeper in our Couch?
Okay, that's a tough question. Am I confident we have a good backup keeper? I'm confident that what we need from the keeper is being fulfilled at 2 positions. I think the system, like again, guys, I don't want to keep dwelling on this, but I think our system is the real star here. We have a system that just takes away it minimizes our weaknesses and it exalts our strengths. And I think that's what's happening right now. We don't give up a lot of high danger chances. Keep in mind, I do agree that yesterday was a testament, was basically the opposite of that, because we had a couple 1v1 opportunities and Kepa came out and basically made himself big and made the saves and whatnot. But I would say that more often than not, when we're praising our keepers, it's because of concentration. It's less about making big saves and more just about concentration levels, because we don't give up a lot of chances. We haven't given up a lot of chances since Tuchel's come. The system is that tight. So I'm of the opinion that Kepa is starting to understand his role within the system now, and his role within the system is just to stay sharp, ready, and make the saves when we're counting on him, when we need him to, essentially. And he's a good distributor of the ball. He's a great distributor of the ball as well. He does distribute the ball well. He's good with his feet, and he releases pressure when we play the ball to him. Whereas, still not quite sure Mendy's that guy yet. I know he's gotten better over time, but he's not as good ball to feet as I see Kepa as, personally, distribution wise and whatnot. But everything else, we're talking. I don't want to keep going back on this, but we're still talking about the FA Cup, the one goal that went in. To be honest with you guys, I saw that shot and that was a bullet. Nobody was stopping that. I don't care. Everyone, you see the still photo.
I disagree.
Kepa's hand stretched out, and you see the ball. And I'm like, do you understand that you're not even seeing the depth of that? That ball is well past him there. It's not about the length of the arm there. It's the fact that the ball was hit so hard that nobody was able to get close to it. That was what was going on there for me. But I digress. Anyways, you guys carry on, man.
I wanna just say something. Fabio Silva. I will address this comment. I will address it. A lot of people are avoiding it. I will address it, but not just yet. Give us a couple of minutes. I want to cover the Kepa topic, and then I'll address it. And I've made a video about 9 months ago regarding racism and my point of view on the taking a knee situation and racism in football in general. I've made a video. You can search for it. You can watch it. But I will address this in a few minutes. It is a political topic. It is a social topic, but it's also a football topic, and we will address it in a minute.
Good decision. Good decision.
Yeah. I wanna bring in Nizayon. Nizayon, tell me. Firstly, welcome to the stream, and tell me how you find the game yesterday.
Thank you. How you guys all doing today?
Doing good.
All right. Oh, yesterday game was, it shows what we have in the squad. Players that would think that they really deserve some time that Tuchel has been talking about. We know how big the squad is, and then how would I say, the more experienced players that Tuchel have as their first 11. More or less, we know a lot of players have been kept still with the team that haven't got opportunity to join any other teams yet. But yeah, we saw some other weaknesses from our team, from some of our team players that we have now, like Melon, and then that set of some of the players still need to develop. But then I was very happy I saw Ruben. Ruben was amazing yesterday. Ruben was great. Kepa, and also Kepa shows the reason why he had that confidence with Mauricio Sarri at that time, that he was now willing to come out, because he had that belief in himself. So he believed that he could save Chelsea in that tournament at that time. So now Chelsea fans have to know why Kepa had to fight with Mauricio Sarri, thinking he was not coming out.
All right. You went around the houses there, mate. But all right, no worries. Go on, Kasim. Go on.
I'm telling you, tomorrow if I get 30, 40 million for Kepa, I will sell him. I don't think for the wage he get a weekly for second goalkeeper is not good enough, mate. He's an average goalkeeper, and I agree with Couch actually. System is saving him.
But Kasim.
That's my opinion, Mo.
No, I agree. Huh? But we're stuck with him.
I do stick with him, but I am telling you, if the board tomorrow,
not stick.
No.
We're stuck with him. We're stuck with him because
Kasim, listen.
One second. The money that we're paying him, the contract that we have with him, means that it's difficult for us to offload him. It's difficult. From what I understand, I think this was last season. He's prepared to take a pay cut if a suitor is found for him. And I think he specified La Liga. If he can go to play in Spain, he's prepared to take a pay cut. So it's all about finding the best buyer to minimize the loss, because it's going to be a big chunk. And I think when we sell him, if we sell him for 30, 40, then the fan base is going to use that as a tool to target Marina specifically, the board generally. So they need to, if they're going to do something like that, they need to do it on the back of some good deals. And I think it will happen. I think it will happen, but
it will happen. I believe so.
I don't think Kepa is a bad goalkeeper. I just don't think Kepa is suited to the Premier League. His physicality, his size in the Premier League, I just think he'd be better off maybe in La Liga or maybe in Serie A. But that's just my opinion. I wanna go back to this comment regarding Alonso and him not taking a knee. Now, firstly, he hasn't done that for the past 4 or 5 games, I believe. Now, the only time it was mentioned is I think it was after the last game, but he's been doing that since the beginning of the season. I believe he's not taken a knee all season. Now, why has he not taken a knee? Well, he has said because he believes that sentiment is losing its value. He believes that to support the cause or to be against racism, there are many ways you can approach that, and for him taking a knee may not be as potent as him pointing to the say no to racism badge that he has on his shirt. He is not the first player to stop taking a knee. The first player to stop taking a knee in the Premier League, if I'm not mistaken, is Zaha.
Whoever Zaha, yes. Yes.
So correct. Zaha stopped taking a knee, even though Zaha is a victim to racism on many occasions. Okay, but he has decided that this sentiment is losing value. I personally believe that you need to take a stance against racism. the way you take a stance against racism is subjective. I may see one being a better way than another, but that's just my personal point of view. Some may see taking a knee as being a potent statement, something that will stick in people's mind. It represents certain things. I know taking a knee in America has different meanings than taking a knee in Europe, but it still represents a stance against something, or that you are taking a decision or position against something. Maybe the North Americans in the stream can probably give a more depth insight to the knee situation. But I'll give you a chance, Boogeyman. But I think we should not use that or address his stance to not taking a knee as being a racist action, because it's definitely not that. I'll let Boogeyman and then I'll let Kasim come in.
My position on that issue is way too deep. Listen, Alonso not taking the knee is a bad choice. He is wrong not taking that knee. All we're saying is Black Lives Matters. If Alonso doesn't think the way people are, it's just a peaceful protest. Someone kneel on a black man's neck for 13 minutes. That black man died. What do we hear? He was sentenced for 12 years or something. We see black men not pay child support be sentenced to life. We see black men still doing shoplift be sentenced to life in that system in the U.S. Racism is everywhere. If Alonso think this way of protest is not as productive as he think, he should have make or write a message first. Hey, listen, man, I'm supporting racism, but I don't think this is before going counterproductive. What he did, he just played directly in the hand of white supremacy. People that keep criticizing this position, we're doing a peaceful protest. What is it costing? Is it 20 seconds before a game? What is the problem of it? I just don't understand this whole thing. And the thing is, if a white male come telling me the way I'm being oppressed, the way I'm protesting is not the right way, I take offense of it. Like Sam may not do it. He is a victim of racism. I cannot tell a black man to react to the way he is oppressing or what. I don't want to tell him. But a white male, a rich white male like Alonso, telling me that kneeling is not productive, I just find it stupid. That's why this is way too deep and political. I just don't want to get into it. This is so stupid nonsense.
No, Boogeyman.
Hey, listen, you have
no, help me out, Boogeyman. No. I disagree with you.
Don't ever tell me no. When it comes to this subject, you understand me?
Hey, I'm in the same. I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same
boat. Let me finish mine. You let me tell you mine, okay? You let me finish mine, and you do yours. Don't ever tell me no. You cannot put yourself in my shoes ever. Okay, don't ever. You cannot.
I'm Asian, man. I'm brown.
Yeah, listen, you're not black. Just keep it for yourself. It's simple as that. Listen, what is it? Black people who were brought as a slave into a country, they fought their way through it.
So like
they fought through it. Deep. After that, they were cruel. The lynchers were skinned. What are you talking about?
I didn't say anything. You didn't hear my opinion.
There's a welfare system.
Let him finish his statement.
The welfare system, prison system, trying to keep us down up to now. We're still fighting through it. Police, now they give free. Police officers are just killing us in the US all the time. Even in Canada, abusive, all the thing. Now we decided to protest peacefully. Some white boy in London is telling us that's not the right way to do it. That it is not productive. Or why rich men? What the hell are you talking about? Mo, I will stop turning your stream to political debate. But Kasim, whatever you want to say, you say it, but don't ever tell me that whatever I think about this racism stuff, don't ever tell me it's not right.
Yeah, can I come in now?
And I keep it that way.
Wait, Kasim,
man.
I don't think you will.
I do not like people interrupting people when they are talking. Kasim, you know this. Boogeyman.
Sorry. Apologize, Boogeyman. I apologize.
Listen, I think
I
Good
apologize.
man, good man.
everybody heard
I
my view.
respect
I
the
apologize,
spirit.
Pokemon.
I like the
I
spirit.
disagree with Alonso 100%. Whatever he did yesterday, I disagree with it deeply. I used to support him, but at one point I didn't even want to say his name anymore because what he did last time. I mean, he was doing it. I heard that. For some reason, I didn't pay attention. But when I heard that thing, I was just like, anyways, let me just keep it
Evening.
this way.
What is it?
Can I come in real
Have we
quick?
got a political debate going on here?
No,
Is it
come real
football or
quick.
politics?
hold on.
Can I come in real quick?
No, Nizam,
Mohammed.
no, you can't. I've got Kasim, and I've got Declared behind him, and I've got Couch Critic after that. All right, I want to keep. This is a very sensitive topic, and I want to.
Hey
keep
Mo,
it.
Mo, I just wanted to say I have to get back to work, but the heat in the kitchen, I can't handle it. But let me run, man. Hey guys, take it easy. Just calm down. Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
We will.
Cheers.
We
Cheers.
will. Cheers, guys. Yeah, Max Burton, welcome to the stream. I'll get around to you. But
I didn't know what I was going into. Was a political debate or a football debate?
No, it's not. It's not political or football. It's a statement that has been made by one of our players that
the Marcus Alonso
situation. Yeah.
Right.
I wanted to address it. I personally can see both sides to it. Now there is a difference. There is a difference between what we experience, what we see, and what maybe people experience across the pond in Canada, in America, and this the statement is an American statement. And Boogeyman was highlighting the fact that the action that was taken by the police officers on the neck of George Floyd, and the way that they murdered him in broad daylight on the street. That started a protest, a sentiment of actually taking the knee was before that. I think Kaepernick started that. Yeah, Kaepernick started that. But then it expanded even more. And to be fair, taking the knee is not something that only black people do. White people do it. I know Megan, the American footballer. I can't remember her name. Her first name is Megan. She takes a knee as well to support equality, and it's a statement. Whether you agree or disagree, that is your own opinion, and I'm gonna give you all a chance to express your opinion. We heard Boogeyman. Kasim, you wanted to come in. We'll hear from you. Declared, and then Couch Critic, and then we'll continue with the rest of the panel.
And then me
afterwards.
Go on, Kasim.
Okay, you're after Couch.
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize for interrupting Boogeyman. And he need to understand Zaha was right not taking the knee. That's what I was trying to say to him, because there's nothing been done for black or for even Asian Boogeyman. Not just black people, Asian people as well, mate. Okay, and it's not just a football; it's a system. It's corrupted, mate. If you go play in Eastern Europe, if you get a brown guy or you got a black guy, they be throwing banana on them, and they throwing all sorts, and they call them all names, mate. Zaha and Alonso's right in a way is a system that if they do nothing about support black or brown or Asia or anything, that's my point. I'm trying to say to you, Boogeyman. I hate the system because it's putting certain people above another people. It's not about black and brown. It's about the system. That's why Zaha and Alonso not doing it, because they didn't see enough from the government or the FA regard the color people. That's my point. I'm trying to tell you, Boogeyman. You know. And all right, but thanks for having me, Mo, and I'll speak to you soon, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Mo, for having me.
Cheers, Kasim.
Hey, Kasim.
Declared.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think of a way to put this and not be taken the wrong way. I hope you just give me a moment to not get misunderstood, because what I feel Zaha and Alonso are doing is actually more for racism now in this moment, because what they're doing is questioning the effectiveness of taking the knee now, because people have been taking the knee for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. It's been quite a while. It's not just a month thing. It's been before the Euros, and
over a year.
The question
over a year.
Yeah, it's been over a year. Yeah. Yeah.
I think so.
And now they're not taking the knee. And I even read that Lukaku came out too, right, in support, right? I hope I got that right too, because I read the article about it. The not taking the knee now has.
Sorry, declared. Are you saying Lukaku does not want to take a knee?
No, he's actually in support of Alonso, but he might. I'm not sure. Don't be surprised if he follows the trend.
No, he's in support of Alonso in him expressing his feelings the way he wants to express them. He's not in support for or against taking a knee. That's not what I mean.
Yeah. I didn't say he wasn't going to take the knee. Yeah, I was just saying he's come out in support as well. And I feel it's going to be really good if they kick it off, because it's going to refresh the movement, right? And they're not taking it to demand more, because nothing's been done. Because even they said just people clap, and nothing's been done. Nothing. They've questioned social media. The clubs have done a lot actually, right? But the FA and stuff, they haven't done nothing. So the not taking a knee isn't against it. It's now against what's not being done. And that's how it should be looked at. And it's also, so that's why I didn't want to come off the wrong way, right? Because they're actually doing more now for racism than they're not taking the knee. It sounds kind of weird, but they actually got people talking about it more, and they're demanding more. I think
that's what Kasim was trying to say. That maybe the fact that these people have stepped away from the sentiment of taking a knee. They've highlighted issues that might have been overlooked, because we don't want to sugarcoat it by just doing that action and not taking actual, tangible action against against racism. I understand where you're coming from, Declared. Thanks for your input. Couch Critic, your thoughts on this, mate?
Yeah, just to quickly say, it's got us even talking, Chasm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's got us talking about the point again.
Yeah.
Sensitive topic for a multitude of people, and obviously not something that is going to resonate with everyone. But for me, I'm kind of the opinion of Declared and Kazim in that, like, and the Boogie. Trust me, I'm an activist here too. I do a lot of work in Toronto for racism and just like awareness and whatnot. So I hope that you don't think that what I'm saying right now is coming from a position of ignorance. By no means. I just think that if we're going to be making these demonstrations, there has to be action followed by it. Like, this is just a demonstration right now. I'm about movements. A movement is something that is followed up by action. And what we're seeing right now is just a demonstration. Okay, we take the knee. What does that mean now? It's only a symbol. What do you do now to follow up on that? What are we going to do? Where's kick it out in all of this? What is the FA doing to get racism out of the game, if that's what they're demonstrating for? This is more than just the George Floyd incident. It's gone way beyond that, because the George Floyd incident was the spark plug for a lot of this, but it wasn't where this has started. Like, this is way back. Colin Kaepernick was talking about when they killed what's his name? Man, I'm losing his name right now, but that's when this whole movement started. It was about saying that Black Lives Mattered, but the whole Black Lives Matter movement started even before Kaepernick took the knee. These are all things that we're using now as the lightning rod for activism. But at the same time, you can't act if you're just doing a demonstration. Action needs movement. So how do you move beyond? Like, what's the next action after taking the knee? Okay, so what are they going to do? They're going to take the knee for like the next 10 years?
There is a lot of movement going around. Maybe if you're not doing too much, but it is a symbolic, as you said. The only danger of people like Alonso coming out and say they're not taking any is the fact that they haven't provided a justification before doing it. Pulling yourself out of a group is a counterproductive to any movement. That's as clear as it come out. So Alonso is playing in the hand of white supremacists right now. There's dumb people out there that are not even educated, that always say, why do people even take the knees? What does that even mean? All life matters. It's like I'm sitting saying, someone said today, coronavirus matters. No, fuck, all virus matters. What the hell? Right now, we're getting killed. We're getting mistreated. Our life matters. That's all we're saying. So what Alonso did is counterproductive. He should have explained it first, not explain after removing himself for the movement. That is
That's a good point.
counterproductive.
Yeah.
That's all
That's
I'm
a good
saying.
point.
I agree with that. I agree with
Send a
that.
message out.
I
You just have to
understand,
send a message out. Listen, guys,
Hmm.
this thing come out. We all were like really emotional about it. We were all behind it. We all lined up behind it. But I just think this is not doing it. It's just helping the FA not investing more into it. So me, I'm pulling myself out. Just something like that. People can will see. You're not
Yeah.
That's a
racist.
good
You're
point.
trying to
You
get
see-
this
you
movement
see-
move. But just pull
Boogeyman.
yourself out of it. It's not good.
The problem is this. I think there is a lack of education when it comes to what is meant by the statement "Black Lives Matter," because a lot of the people on the other side will say, "Well, all lives matter," not understanding that we're talking about people being persecuted, people being killed, people being harassed, trying to live their lives. And this is I mean, there's people who are watching the stream now who may not understand why is Boogeyman so angry, why is Boogeyman so animated about this, because they have not experienced what Boogeyman has experienced. They don't know the history that Boogeyman is coming from, and this is why education is key when it comes to fighting racism, and this is why I think, me personally, the knee by itself will not solve the problem, but educating the people will solve the problem. I want to bring in Max Burton, and then I'll go to Lee Zion, because I think Lee Zion wants to come in on this as well. I saw a message from Lee. Max Burton, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with some of the others, actually, what Couch Critic said, which Del Carid? Sorry, if I've butchered your name. But
Declared.
It is declared. Sorry, my eyesight's not great. But yeah, so it's becoming a symbolism now. It's becoming are people just doing it? Do people really believe in the cause who are doing it? Or are some people just doing it because they don't want to be seen as, if I don't do it, I'll be scolded, just like what Boogeyman's done with Alonso. So I think it's a brave decision by Alonso, what he's done. And he's said that he's going to be pointing to the no room for racism on his arm, So he still believes in it. And were you like Adam? I'm not just out of interest for Boogeyman. When Zaha said he wasn't going to take it, were you angry with him as well when he made that stance?
No. You know why? I will not ask someone that been oppressed or someone that will be subject to it. I will not tell him how to react to it. Zaha is a black man. I don't care what he did with it.
Yeah, but it's a movement for all.
I cannot allow. What's that? Say that again.
No, it's a movement that everyone's involved in. It's just it's not
I know we need white support. This is a way too deep for me anyways. I know people. I have white friends that support racism. I like their support and anything, but when they criticize it, I get seriously offended about it. That's how I am, and that's.
But he wasn't criticizing it. He said he's making some valid points.
Out, and someone asked him, "Did you even discuss that with your teammate before?" Oh no, I didn't. But if they want me, I'm open to discuss it. It plays in the hand of white supremacists directly. That's what we've been hearing every day. All life matters. All life matters. What do you mean by Black Lives Matter? All life matters. That's all white supremacists, most of them, uneducated, those white skinhead. That's what they say all the time. What Alonso did is play in their hand directly. Whether you agree or not, I respect that, but that's my view.
That's your opinion. I don't see how that is, but as I said, that's your opinion anyway. But I agree that more needs to be done in this area, especially in the social media arena, where we just see people getting abused relentlessly, and no action is taken. And even with the UEFA themselves, you got Hungary. I applaud them for. I think when England play them next, there's going to be an empty stadium, but more needs to be done to stop these people from doing these things. It's quite laughable actually, because I'm not sure if you guys saw a story where this boy went onto the pitch to take a picture with who was it? He went into the pitch to take a picture with his favourite player.
Van
Dijk, that's it. Yeah, he went on to pitch. Yeah, he went on to take and he got a 4-year ban. This is a kid of 12, 13 years old, and he just went onto the pitch, got a picture. He's getting a 4-year ban for that. But yet, somebody who makes a monkey noise in the ground or throws a banana they'd probably get a year ban or slap on the wrist or something like that. So I think, yeah, a lot more definitely needs to be done. But also, as I said, it's just becoming something which the more people do it, the less effective it's going to be, unless, as Crash declared and everyone else has said, unless we start to see some action, some positive action because of the knee. And that's what we need to sort of strive for me, because tokenism, symbolism and everything else doesn't mean anything for me. Yeah. Action means more.
Same.
I agree. Nisayon?
I agree with that point. Can I chip in? Oh, sorry.
I'll bring you on after Nisayon, Xavi. Nisayon?
All right, cool.
Yep. Yeah, I was trying to say that this subject is a very, very serious and a broad subject. It's not just the way we see it. You know, as they say, action speak louder than words. So, you know, I understand both parties where everybody is coming from. I'm a victim myself in my workplace, you know, so I'm a kind of person, I get so emotional when it comes to this specific subject. So I try to stay away. I ignore people a lot when they try to put up this kind of subject. You know, a lot of, even here in America, a lot of our own black people do not support that word, Black Lives Matter, because they think it's an agenda created by certain people. I don't want to get into it. Because the more you get into it, the more emotional people get. So I'm very sorry. I sent you a private message. I know you're over there saw it. I try to stay away from this subject. It brings emotion, okay. Just like our other guy. He's. I think Boogie did not understand what he was trying to say. You know, he was trying to get. So he thought maybe he was trying to tell Boogeyman to stop his emotions. That no. But then he was also in support with Boogeyman. Yes. So Boogeyman, my brother, I know how you feel. I've been there. Through workplace for 3 years until something really happened at work. I've been with my workplace for 5 years, and within 3 years, I did something which went against those that were doing that kind of stuff. So it's very emotional subject, and then please, people have been affected a whole lot. You just, Mr. Host, please try and stay away from it a little bit, please.
Yeah, no. I think it's a topic that is important. I think we should discuss it because if we keep avoiding this kind of topic, then it's going to leave a lot of room for misconceptions. People having different ideas. Listen, Kasim made a point, which is a very valid point, and that is racism affects all kinds of people, Asian people, black people. Even white people face racism in different parts of the world. Boogeyman might not be happy about me saying that, but people face racism because there's minorities everywhere. Okay, there's minorities everywhere. You can be a minority because you have a different faith, because you have a different sexual orientation. There's gonna be people being singled out for discrimination on different levels. The thing is this. The movement is to address racism. The movement is to address racism in all shapes and forms. I think Kasim was trying to emphasize that it's not only addressing black people, it's addressing all kinds of racism. And maybe that he was trying to put that across, and maybe came in a different way.
I mean,
Boogeyman,
what I say.
one second, Boogeyman. If you look at the situation in America, there was racism against the Irish at one point. There was racism against Italians at one point. There's racism against Jews, against Muslims, against blacks. There's racism that is in different shapes and forms. We, as a people, need to address racism in all its forms. Because I don't want to see people get discriminated for any reason, regardless of where they're from or what they look like. And that is the point we're trying to put across. Boogeyman, I'll let you come in. I'll let you gather your thoughts. I want to give Xavi a chance, and I'll come to you, Boogeyman. Xavi, let me hear your thoughts, mate.
Yeah, I definitely agree on both sides. I think what Boogeyman is trying to say is the issue with Alonso is he just did it without consulting nobody. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that was the biggest issue at the point. He just does it, and then he waits till after for people to be like, yeah, why are you not kneeing? Oh, I just felt like it. This is something, the whole team is doing it. Like, you know what I mean? So, I'm sure it's different for Zaha because, and growing up, it's like if you're black, you can understand to a point how it is, but you probably will never feel how it is to be in our shoes, to like go to somewhere and just be judged by the. I mean, people, it's racism on different aspects, but this is black. They're kneeling because of Black Lives Matter. They're not kneeling because of Asian hate. This was I can understand if it was all, but the kneel symbolizes the Black Lives Matter movement, and so for Alonso is taking part of it. He's not black. You get me? So I feel like he should have consulted the team first, where I feel like it was wrong. But I agree that this now, like Alonso's wrong for that in my opinion. But I feel like football, we're trying to address what we can address in our realm of because it's a bigger global issue that we're talking about here. That racism is on all scales. But the thing is, there needs to be punishment now. Like these guys could just throw, like Max I think was saying, these guys could just do monkey chant, and we have the camera to go in and see who's doing it. These guys get a slap in the wrist, and this was happening in all, like a white man could kill an innocent black one and get like 5 years manslaughter, especially in America, where a chant like that is just getting like a 1 game ban. Like it's ridiculous. It's more of a system issue. You know what I mean? So I definitely agree and see where both sides are coming from.
Yep. No, it's a tricky situation, a tricky topic, and you're always going to have varied opinions on it. Boogeyman, let me hear your thoughts on what you've heard so far.
Xavier, can I say something else?
Xavier or Xavier?
I've got Vincent coming in, and then I'll bring you in, Max.
So Xavier has said pretty much what I've been saying, so I won't repeat it again. To Kasim, listen, I have nothing against you. Even someone can see in the chat when someone, I think it was a guy with a Spanish name, said, "Can we talk about Alonso situation?" What I say is too emotional for me to even handle it. So, like Mo said at one point, all I heard when I was talking at one point, when I said, this is a Black Lives Matter. This is just a minority being tortured for 400 something years. And when I heard Mo say, no, and I said, what are you talking about? And when he said, oh, because I'm brown, that raised my temperature pretty much, because that's exactly what we don't want. Like, listen, like I say, I give the virus. Today we keep talking about one virus. It doesn't mean how the other virus does not matter. The thing is, someone kneel in a black man knee for how many? That's how the movement has taken the Ampler Berlin. Everybody going on the street, kicking off the now. That cannot happen. It doesn't make any sense. All those things. So the black matter.
I want to ask you a question.
Let me just say this thing. Let me say something to Kasim clean. Kasim, if I came out really aggressive, sorry about it. Like,
hey guys, I have to go. Sorry,
we'll never be talk about this thing anymore. Anyways, it's just today, 2 minutes or 5. I don't know how long we spent on it. That's it. And I'm sorry that I went too hard, or maybe I went too emotional. You should come back. We should iron this out and just be friends again. I'm not
definitely.
My wife is white, so nobody here can tell me I hate white people. It's just I live it with my people a lot in the US, in Canada. I see what's going on, and I'm part of it, and I feel it. I'm part of a lot of those movements, and I just sometimes I feel like people don't get enough information, and they just trying to talk about it, and that's where my feelings most of the time. But that is my personal view, because we have to be different to move this movement forward. That's for sure. I cannot be like me. My way of thinking is the right. Martin Luther King has go for peaceful. He was killed. Other people go for violence. They were killed also. We have to go together, or we're not going to have any result. I respect Max, or I think Bobby has not talked. Anybody that says something about racism in general, yeah, there's racism in general. There's racism, black people hating Asian people hating Chinese hate black. Racism is complex team, but this one we're talking about Black Lives Matter. That's all I'm saying.
Can I say something?
I'll bring you in, Max. I'll bring you in. the issue is this. The issue is this, Boogeyman. We need to address the 500 years of torture, abuse, rape, and murder, rather than just the one incident. If we focus on that one, this is what Couch was referring to earlier. If we focus on the one incident and forget the 500 years, that we have not done nothing. And this is what we need to do as a people.
You need emotion
not
to start any movement.
Boogeyman, this is not a black movement. This is a human race movement. Okay, we as a human race need to support each other. Black people by themselves can't fix this. White people can't fix this. Brown people can't fix this. We as a race.
What you're saying is so true, but it doesn't take away the fact that the emotion of the George Floyd assassination is the leading motive of this whole movement. So we cannot just say, okay, I understand what you're saying. I don't mind it. And I think you're telling the truth. But don't forget, there is a half of this world population that's still saying, all life matter. Or black people, you have not suffered. What are you talking about? There's a lot of, I'm pretty sure everybody in this panel have enough brain to know that we've been uneducated. But those people are a lot of them. So that's what I'm trying to say. Alonso's stance should come out with more detail. That's what I'm doing. So he can navigate that nuance and not being think as those white supremacists, but just pull out of counter productive to the entire movement. And you are a high profile, a sportsman. Like you have a lot of million followers. Doing stuff like that is not good for us anyway, for me anyway. So that's how I see it. I would say again, sorry to Kasim. Listen, Kasim, you're a good man. Whatever I said or whatever my tone was, it was just the emotion. You should come back so we can iron this out, okay?
All right. Vinsol, let me hear your thoughts.
Hey, what's up, guys? So, what I want to say about this racing thing is it's something huge, and just the players taking the knee thing can't. It won't eradicate this. There has to be so much being put on social media. The social media should actually be controlled. Look at how this lady who she got lost in America. She's called Gabby Petito. You've heard the story, right?
I've not heard it, no.
Okay, there's this American girl. She got lost last year. Then I think now she's been found. She was actually murdered by the boyfriend. But the thing is this: so many black people are actually getting lost, and they're not that. I mean, the white people or some of the people are not actually helping. Social media actually played a very huge role in actually looking for this lady. If you actually just look on Twitter, Gabby Petito, it's actually been trending in the United States for a very long time. Social media has actually played a very huge role in actually getting her. And there are actually a lot of black people. Sorry, can you actually hear me?
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Oh, sorry. So what I'm actually saying is social media should actually be controlled. If you actually just let people just to talk anyhow, it's not actually going to help. So what Alonso actually did, I don't actually recommend it. You should have actually said it first that this is actually my decision. I'm actually going to do this first, then the actions follow. You know? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Max?
Yeah, sorry. What I was going to say is, in order for change to happen, you need change at the top, at the very top, okay? And what you need is some people of colour, some black people as part of the board, as part of the board on the FA, as part of the board on UEFA and FIFA. Because when you have all these middle-class white people on there, they're not going to understand how to deal with this situation. We had a situation a few years, was it last year or the year before with Greg Clark? Remember Greg Clark and the comments that he made? He was the Football Association chairman. He had to resign because of the comments that he had made. And in itself, it may seem innocent comments, but it's again a lack of education and a lack of understanding. Yeah. So if they have somebody in there, you can make an input and stop these things from happening and make bigger sanctions and tougher action. Then that's the only way that we're going to experience change. So until there's change at the top, there's going to be no change anywhere. And that's it.
Yeah, I agree. I wanna give Bobby and Julius a chance to come in. Firstly, welcome to the stream, guys. You've come in at a very intense moment of the stream, so big up to you guys. How you all doing, Bobby, Julius?
Yeah, I'm good. More to the point, how are you doing? Are you okay? Are you well?
I'm well-ish. I'm waiting for some results tomorrow. I'm gonna see what the results are like tomorrow, but hopefully I'm okay.
Well, if you weren't, you wouldn't be here, so that's a good sign. If the lurgies had got you, you would certainly know about it, and let's hope it's not nowhere near the case.
Hopefully.
This is an interesting topic. I actually rushed home to catch the football, but this really saddens me. It really does. You can tell from I think what came out of Boogeyman was more, hurt, very deep hurt than anything else. You can even hear it in Nee Zion's voice. One very interesting thing, and something that makes me understand that racism is perhaps the single biggest, most form of discrimination that still exists, is that, we have a group of people, the other half of our population, our ladies, whenever they come up with something, although I believe, especially in this country, now they are quite a privileged group, but if they come up with something, everybody follows it, no questions. If people with different sexual preferences come up with something, everybody follows it, no question. But Black people have this thing. I mean, if you look at Black history, it's terrible. Terrible that happened to those people. The continent of Africa has not recovered from the pillage, the rape, the oppression. And they come up with this one gesture and we're all arguing about it. That is so sad. It's so sad. I don't know what else to say on this matter, but, Boogeyman, I'm sorry. Nee Zion, I'm sorry. I hear your pain. I see all the injustices in the world. The world is full of injustice. It's difficult to fix it, and perhaps we'll never fix it. But it is disappointing that this gesture that has been explained, I know there are political groups that try to hijack these things, but it's been explained. So what's it worth? What is it worth? 20 seconds on your knee, really? That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion, and that's all I'll say on the matter.
Cheers, Bobby. Cheers for that.
By the way, it's very brave of you to bring this up, Mo.
If I comment on your talk, I will just cry. Thank you very much, man. That's all I need to hear. Thanks.
Yeah. No, listen, Bobby. I saw the comment in the chat, and I wasn't sure if I should address it or not. I was looking at some of the private comments. I was looking at some of the comments in the chat, but it's a topic that I think is important. I personally think this topic is very important, and we need to talk about it. Boogeyman needs to say what he wants to say on this platform, and people need to hear it. You said they saw the pain in his voice, the pain in Zion's voice. Zion didn't want to talk about this. He told me to avoid the topic because it's such a deep felt topic to him. Okay, now, if we avoid these topics, if we don't talk about these topics, who are going to talk about these topics? People in the media, the people who don't know nothing about this, who've not experienced this. I experienced racism growing up in this country. From the moment I went to school till now, till just before I came on the stream, I experience it every single day. But that's the thing, if we don't talk about it, if we don't address it, who's going to know about it? And that's why I wanted to bring this topic up, and I wanted to address this topic. Julius, how you doing, my man?
Good. How are you? Sorry, I wasn't sure what was going on, but I kind of know, have an idea now. But I wanted to ask you, were there any racist comments today that led to this topic being discussed, or what was going on?
No. Just a guy in the chat wanted to know what we thought about Marcos Alonso deciding not to take a knee and being the only player from the Chelsea team not to take a knee. And that's what we've been talking about right now.
I want to actually give my opinion regarding the knee gesture.
Sure.
I don't know why it bothers people. For me, whether it has impact or whether it's the deflecting the mainstream or the people from the main purpose, I don't know why it doesn't bother you if we're taking the knee for Black Lives Matter. It shouldn't cause any problem. It shouldn't cause any distraction from the cause. In my opinion, I don't mind if they want to take it or no. It's preference, but I would take it. Why not? So regarding racism, more it's massive everywhere, even here in Canada. It's massive. Racism against Black people, racism against Muslims, against Arabs. If you don't look First Nations, if you don't look or speak in a certain way, you will be judged indirectly. When we talk about systemic racism, it's very tough to prove it, unfortunately, but people in their unconscious mind would judge you just because you look or you speak in a certain way without knowing you and without knowing your real person. So it is absolutely disgusting, to be honest. Just for people who don't know me or my background, I'm Muslim, by the way. So I do see it when people know that I'm Muslim. I could feel it. I could feel their behavior or the way they see you. It's just different. My looks or my name does not reflect that, but you could see the difference. So it's sad. Personally, if you ask me about the taking the knee, I think yes, they should still take the knee just because it bothers certain people in the wrong way. If you think it's not necessary for valid reasons, then I respect your opinion. But if you are a racist that is just hiding behind the excuse of, oh, why should we take the knee? Does it really matter? No, it does matter in that case. It does. Because there is a lot of racist people that this gesture is really annoying them, using this excuse that we shouldn't take the knee because it's deflecting us from the cause. That's nonsense.
I only question if you take where does it go from there? I just don't think that just taking the knee is enough. And we've seen it for long enough. It's almost to the point where I'm desensitized to it. I see it and I'm like, okay, yeah, you're taking the knee. Thank you. I appreciate that. But what's the action? What is the actionable item that comes out of this?
Yeah, but
that's what I'm talking about.
So why are you waiting for action? You take your own action. That's what they can do. It's just symbolic, so it can stay in our mind what is happening.
No, but you're
that's
still
what
missing the point.
doing. I just don't understand.
You're still missing the point. They don't need to be a symbol for me. I want to see action. That's what I'm saying. Them just putting this in front of me.
Then ask for action. Don't say I'm not gonna kneel.
That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. I'm looking for action. I don't want to see this for the next 5 years.
We agree on that one. The problem is you cannot criticize kneeling while saying there's no action. You can say something like, okay, listen, we're kneeling, but I think we should add something to it. But it doesn't mean you criticize kneeling. It's not.
No, I'm not criticizing the kneeling. You're missing my point.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying
but that's what Alonso did.
There has to go.
Exactly. Alonso and Zaha did that. That's what they said. It's not just about that. They want to see something else happening now.
Alonso
because some people. But listen, some people could just feel comfortable, and for people in authority, that may be, oh yeah, they're doing enough now because they're taking a knee, and people are talking about it, and so they could say, okay, the job's done, sort of thing. So it's not tackling the real issues. Yeah, so I want to see the real issues being tackled.
No, I agree. We need to have a plan. I want to bring in MDT. First time I've seen him on my stream. So firstly, welcome to the stream. Big up to you. Tell us a little bit about where you're from and your thoughts, either on the game or on this topic that we're talking about. It's open to you.
Thank you, guys. It's my first time calling, but I've been an avid listener. And
welcome.
Hello to all of you guys. Boogeyman, I understand your, I reflect your emotion. And also everybody on the panel, I understand. For me, I'm a black guy who's a Muslim. My name is Mohammed. That's my name, And I see how I look at things is different. It's totally different because of how I look at it. Marcos Alonso, I don't think he really know what he's talking about, because one thing is he's from Spain, and in Spain they don't teach them anything about their colonial past or their involvement in the slave trade. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. I get his point that more need to be done, but my uncle has been living in Spain since 1976. I go there once a year in Catalonia, Girona. So in Spain, it's okay to openly be racist. They don't see it as a big deal. Whether you're a Muslim, whether you're ask the Moroccans that live there, ask the black people that live there. It is normal. Ask even the gypsies. Them is not a big deal. They're not educated about it. So for me, that's why it come across like a little bit insensitive. Okay, and if at all he knew the history of his country, he will a little bit understand why that, even if I don't agree with it, let me try to empathize with people. Okay, and I've been living I'm in Manchester, and secondly as well, my kids. Okay, they go to grammar school, which is one of them go to a Manchester grammar school. The other one went to another grammar school, which is posh school. They deal with rich kids or whatever. But you can see those kids, they don't know the history of things. They say things that is unbelievable, So this thing about this racism thing is emotional, and also somebody like us that I'm Muslim, which I deal with that side of the discriminatory things as well. And then I'm black, I deal with that other one as well. So it's kind of like a double whammy for me. I deal with it both sides. So if Marcos Alonso don't want to take the knee, for me personally, you just need to say, you know what? I think we should do something different. This knee is not, we should do something different, because this knee, we've been doing it for a year or so. And I think the authorities are not listening. So we should do something different. But to be condescending to say, I'm going to point at the badge, what does the badge going to do?
It's the same as taking the knee, really.
No, it's not. You're counterproductive to the knee movement, and you create something that doesn't mean anything. Just kneel with people. That's what we say.
Okay, I don't understand the pointing. For me, the knee, if you say the knee is a gesture politics or gesture, whatever you want to say, the badge is worse, because the authorities are not doing anything. FIFA is not doing anything. UEFA is not doing anything. So why are they printing it on the shirts? Why are they? Why is he on billboards in the stadiums?
Okay, can I ask you a question, please, MTD?
Yeah.
And what is taking a knee going to do then? What is the difference between taking a knee and pointing to a badge or doing something?
Let me give you a short answer. You know what racist people hate more? When they're watching them, when they put the TV on or they go to a stadium, they're with their kids, and the kids say, "Dad, why are they taking the knee?" It pisses them off more, because they have to talk about it. For me, I don't think he's doing a lot of changes, but just those young kids knowing why they're doing it is more important than most things for me personally. I don't know other people, but those young kids, those 5-year-old, 6-year-old asking, and then going online searching. So why are they knee? Those kids doing their own research, for me, that's more powerful than the knee. To be honest with you, for me, it's nothing to do with anything else. The knee is just to continue the awareness. For me, it's nothing to do with these old people that are set in their way. For me, it's the young people that are seeing it on TV, that are going to stadium seeing it, and they're asking, the curiosity, the curious mind, they're asking why are they doing this? I understand that you are right to say the knee alone is not doing anything. That's you 100% correct. But for me, it's the young people, the young mind.
Movement is not just about kneeling. There's a lot
Yeah,
of stuff
I
going
know.
on. Even in
What I
Canada, we
mean,
have a lot of stuff we're doing here. In the US, I'm pretty sure. Even in Berlin, I was in Berlin and part of one of their conferences and meetings. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. But just say, why are we kneeling anyway? It doesn't mean anything. It's just counterproductive. That's what
I think if kneeling, hold on, I want to get this question through. Do you think if because they've been doing it for so long, do you think if there was a month dedicated to it that we did it, that it will have more effect? And so kneeling only for a shorter period, that in that time when it was on, everyone's kneeling and more action is being taken. Do you think it will have more effect than just we've been kneeling for 1 year?
I just think we're talking about momentum here.
No. What I'm trying to say is look at it this way. There was this so racism red card. It happened every year. They used to do it just for 1 month in England, in Britain. And it didn't do anything. And also, it didn't, Rio Ferdinand refused to do it. You remember when Rio Ferdinand and Julian Lescott, some of the black players, they said they're not doing it because racism happened every day, 365 days a year, whatever they said. I can't remember verbatim. So why do you want to just for us to just show racism a red card just 1 week or 1 month of the year? It has to be all year round, or we're not doing it. So players have been complaining about this before. This doesn't start now. So people are thinking that this has been going on now. Go and look at the history of the Premier League. Black players have left show racism a red card or kick it out, the organization, because of this. Because they said we cannot just be doing it just 1 month in the year. So I understand. I understand your questions. These questions need to be asked.
Mohammed. Firstly, I'm glad to see you on my stream, and I really hope you will consider coming on a more regular basis because you are very well spoken, and you have some objective opinions. So I hope to see you in future streams. I wanna,
like Bobby will say, she has some minerals. I don't know what minerals mean.
Minerals. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Mohammed, I want you to give me your thoughts on the following. You see, we need to address certain elements, and I really like the way that Couch Critic approaches certain things, and he said this. He said kneeling is not enough. Okay, it needs to be backed up by something. Now, what is that something? Now, we know a few things about where we are right now. We are in an entertainment business. Sport is an entertainment business. Money comes in, money goes out. One element that was also in this particular sport, especially in the UK, was something called hooliganism. We had trouble, we had fights, we had problems. It's still happening, but in a very limited capacity, and it doesn't happen really that often close to the football grounds. Normally, it happens at different locations in a predetermined location. Bobby knows what I'm talking about.
Can I tell you? Me and Bobby,
but
we were both. Yeah,
you're both hooligans in the back in the
day?
No.
What I'm saying is, listen, we are probably the two oldest ones on here. I think, I'm not sure when you started going to the bridge, Bobby, but I started going in the 80s, and it was rife, especially amongst Chelsea supporters. It was so bad. They used to have, the National Front used to hand out leaflets to supporters coming into the ground beforehand. We had the skinheads, the Chelsea headhunters. So we had to deal with all of that.
How was this?
Listen, I was at Crystal Palace. Can I tell you something?
Max, wait, tell me this. How was this addressed. How did we get this away from football? Why is it being pushed away right now?
All right, then listen. Let me just quickly tell you a story. Paul Cannaville, I was at the game, Crystal Palace away. He made his debut, and Chelsea fans were giving him the monkey charm. Not the Crystal Palace fans. Chelsea fans were monkey charming him whilst we were there. It was so disgraceful to watch. Okay,
Was
at
it
another
Chelsea?
Crystal.
Was the Chelsea?
It was the Chelsea fans monkey charting their own player. Okay, and so what happened? I went to another Crystal Palace Chelsea match. Andy Townsend had a shot, went over the bar. What a waste of money! That's what the Crystal Palace fans were singing. And Crystal Palace at the time had about 7 or 8 black players in their team, and it was the chant coming back from the Chelsea fans was what a bunch of, I won't say the word, but you know what I mean. And there were black people in the crowd. It wasn't only Chelsea. I was at Palace, because Crystal Palace were my local team. I was at Crystal Palace against Manchester United. Manchester United fans were doing racist chants. So racism was rife throughout football. Millwall, West Ham, the lot. Okay. One thing what happened with Chelsea was when we started to have a lot of black players. When Glenn Hoddle became our manager, we once fielded a team with 10 outfield black players in his side. Okay. Ken Bates, the chairman at the time, used to get razor blades. When Paul Cannaville came into the side, we also had a couple of other black players, a guy called Keith Dublin and Keith Jones came into the side. Ken Bates used to get letters with razor blades in it, and it says, "Do not have any black players in my club." This is how bad it was. Then, as more black players started to come in, Ken Bates wrote in his program notes one time, people used to look at the program notes, and if there was a black player playing that day, they wouldn't attend the match. But Ken Bates said, "You know what? I don't want that sort of supporter at our club anyway. So off you jog. You know, you're not welcome here." And I think when we started to have seated stadiums rather than the stands, that's when you can pinpoint people easier, and you had cameras around the ground as well. So that's when hooliganism sort of was driven out of the grounds. And
can I add? There's a bit more than that, though. That was it, and I know that this is.
I'll just give it a brief highlight. I wasn't going to go off deep. Yeah,
but it's very, very much an education issue. But there was a lot of undercover police work as well that penetrated the firms. A lot of the headhunters and the like were imprisoned, and that's really what started to stop it. Not just at Chelsea, but with all the firms all over football.
But you know what as well?
That's the point. And also, you guys forgot another important aspect. At the beginning, you talk about the money entertainment business. You remember when Heysel happened with the Liverpool and Juventus? The British teams were kicked out of Europe all through the 80s. Remember? Yeah. Because of the money they lost, that forced them as well to fight hooliganism.
Yes.
Okay, it's the money.
Exactly.
Okay, they were never going to fight it because they accepted, they thought it was their way of life. It was the money the club lost. A lot of club went under. You remember even Chelsea nearly went bankrupt.
Yeah.
Arsenal took money from the Bank of England.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Mohammed.
So a lot of people have forgotten. Liverpool.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. If we introduce undercover work, if we introduce fines, if we actually start policing racism, okay? We were talking about an incident where people being racist, they get a slap on the wrist. Now, if you're caught being racist and you get a life ban, if you're caught doing something, let's say 10-year ban, 5-year ban, 6-year ban, all right, and you get a hefty fine, you get a prison sentence. Even if you're racist, you're gonna keep your mouth shut when you're on that pitch.
Yeah, and something else.
We want to kick racism out of football. Let's start with football. Before we try to kick it out of society, let's kick it out of our stadiums. Let's kick racism out of our stadiums, and then we'll move on to the rest of the world.
And also, I believe
that's the steps that we need to take.
If people are empowered, okay, laws are changed. If somebody racially abuses you, because of the emotional trauma they've caused. You can stick civil litigation against them. They will stop. Because if you start going after their houses, their parents' houses, their cars, their parents' cars, their pensions, they will stop. Because there's no law, they only give it like, okay, you find somebody guilty, you find them £250, community service. They're gonna laugh. Okay, but if the law can be changed.
Listen, racism is a crime. It's a crime because it affects people in so many different ways. You know, people think what's it? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but
words will never hurt me.
Words never hurt me. Words hurt more than sticks and stones, my friend. Words hurt more than sticks and stones. All right, but you see, we don't value that, and that's what I'm talking about, education. And listen, Boogeyman, I want to address this with Boogeyman. Boogeyman, all of this emotion that you have, it needs to be channeled in a way where it has a result. You see, I feel the pain that you have. Maybe I can't say that I've experienced what you've experienced, but what I can say is I've experienced enough to know, what you're going through is painful. But it's about us working together to address this. And this is what Kasim was trying to say. I want to bring in Kasim because Kasim, I don't know if you caught it, but Boogeyman apologized to you.
Yeah, that's why I come back. That's why I came back more. I didn't want him to apologize. I didn't want Boogeyman to apologize. I'm not waiting for apology. I am younger than Boogeyman, and I want to apologize to him. I understand his feeling, but he need to understand as well. Whatever he's hurting, or black people, we're hurting as well. No, because we're Asian, we're Muslim. Our country is all bond, mate. We're in the same boat, mate. A lot of Muslim people kill. We die are racist and we killed because our identity, our color, our belief. I understand where you're coming from, Boogeyman. But hand in my heart, I didn't mean to, insult anything. I thought because the system didn't do anything, I thought Zahar and Alonso they tried to take action because the government didn't do anything. I'm not tried to. I'm sorry if I come across,
No, you don't even have to say that. Like we've been on this panel for so long, and I'm smart enough to know who is who.
That's the as well, Boogeyman. I have a massive respect for you, or maybe I have I agree or disagree, but I do. I have respect. I always been taught to respect the oldies. And God knows I didn't mean anything bad, and that's why
Boogeyman is not that old, Boogeyman is like he's still young, man. He's still.
He just looks old.
Yeah, but that's why I was going to say. Why would you even say something like that? Why would you're trying to apologize? Then you mention my age and all those things. Apology not accepted, man. What is that?
Can I say something?
More hurtful stuff, man. That hurt more. The age stuff that hurt me more. Anyways, listen. I'm actually
straight away, I wanted to come in, and I didn't want him to apologize. He doesn't need to apologize to me. I came in straight away because then I've got a massive respect for Boogeyman. I got a massive respect for everyone. I think you've got an absolutely fantastic group, Mo. Very respectable, and I just want to show my support to everyone. Black, Asian, white. Racism even sometimes against white. I know black people had it hard more than anyone, but I understand where you're coming from.
Kasim, I gotta say something. I don't know if you guys are gonna like it or not like it. I don't care. But Mohammed here has had it worse. He's black and he's Muslim, so he's had it worse.
I know Mohammed. Yeah, Mohammed. I am Muslim like you. I know what you mean.
I want to say something.
I want an apology off Boogeyman for those Barkley comments. That's what I want an apology for, not for the racing. I want an apology for your Barkley comments.
Yeah. Going back to what we can also do.
This movement need everybody. We need everybody. I can tell you that.
And need everybody.
If I came out to be saying something like racism against black people is bad or worse or is most important than any other type of, I'm not saying that at all. Like I'm just against all type of racism. Only people I don't like on this earth is white supremacist or any supremacist, any group of supremacists, any group that trying to marginalize the other group. I just cannot stand them. And I'm thinking, if we don't keep our walls straight, those people will play into those, just pick and choose those words and just say, oh, okay, it's not, I'm not white supremacist. I'm just thinking like this guy. What do you mean by I'm against your movement? That's why offended me. And again, maybe I'm not gonna say too much. I don't see myself as too much of a victim because I consider myself one of the rare black that have successful life. I can tell you that I'm not complaining too much of my life, but on certain topic are really, really emotional because I've seen it. It's all around me. You just have to open your mind and you see what's going on. It hurt. For example, me, we're trying to buy a car. My wife trying to buy a new car. You can see 10,000 euro difference directly because it's me that went to the dealer to buy that car. The price is different. They ask you for this. You're like, what? Then you send your wife different. We're buying a house. You can see all those different. The systemic racism is everywhere. We cannot just say is like we're black or Arab or whatever that wish. Racism is racism. It's against everywhere, everybody. But let's not give any chance to white supremacy to use it against us. That's my only principle. Alonso, what he did should come with more explanation before committing to something like that. He didn't do it before. I'm against it, and I'm good. That's all. And I just say what I think, and I'm good with it at this point.
Yeah, I feel you on
Cheers,
that.
Boogie
I think
Man.
that the explanation is
one second, Couch. Firstly, thank you for sharing this link with us, Couch. I've posted the link in the chat. People go have a read. It talks about Lukaku's standpoint in respect to tackling racism. It's a good read. Give it a read. Go ahead, Couch.
No, I was just gonna basically just touch on what Boogie was saying. I agree 100%. It's not so much that he's decided not to take a knee. It's the fact that he's done so without having proper explanation for people to understand why he's not. Because that was an opportunity for him to make more of a statement of it, right? To protest it in the right way. Say, listen, I'm not doing this because we need to change this. This message is now being completely dumbed down because there's no action being taken after it.
Yeah, and
so
like,
I agree with you.
Someone
100%.
say it's only 20 seconds of your time. Like I think it was Bobby that mentioned something like that. 20 seconds or even 10 seconds.
I don't even think it's the time. I just think that we've been doing this for over a year right now. We're not seeing any changes. So what do you do? You have
Maybe
to
you're not seeing it, but do you remember what Mo said? Even a kid asking his father understand why this is doing it. That is way bigger than any action. There's a generational changes going on.
It's
there's
education.
always
It's
something
education.
somewhere happening.
Julius, I want to give Julius and Max Burton a chance to come in because they'll be waiting. Julius, let me hear your thoughts, mate.
Yeah, I wanted to say, why not keeping the gesture and take action? Why do we have to do one and then exclude the other? This is going to be a reminder. And I'm telling you, man, there is a lot of racist, white supremacists, or whatever they are. There's not only white people are not the only. There is not only racism among white people. There is racism among Arab people, among everyone. So
I just think we're sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. I just wanted to touch on that because I just think we're losing the energy of the moment when we go years on years doing the exact same thing without any. You have to use the energy of the moment and capture it the right way. Like taking a knee is an important thing. It was an important first step. But after a couple of years of seeing that, it doesn't have the same sort of emotional attachment when you see it all the time. You know, you have to take it to the next step now. That's all I'm saying. I agree.
Yeah.
With what you're saying, though.
I just gotta say something. They've been taking a knee for a year, Boogeyman, and recently Sterling been abused. You know, he's been called all names. Been racist abuse. It's Sterling, and he's still taking the knee before the game. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just knee. It's just like that. There's nothing been done. The FA.
But taking the knee is, in my opinion, it should still be happening.
Oh yeah, I understand. But
that's what I was saying. You know, Alonso not taking the knee brought more talk and action than people talking the knee and asking for change.
Good point.
That's what I said. The hypocrisy of it is that because he didn't take the knee, everyone started talking about it, and then he said his reason. Right? There's been a lot of people taking the knee and said, "Well, nothing's being done, just being brushed off."
This comment here by JJ. I totally agree. And do you know what? I've seen this topic being avoided by so many people. I've been debating whether or not to talk about it within myself. When I saw the comment, I thought, you know what, let's just open this debate, because us talking about this, I mean, I don't know how many people are going to end up watching the stream, all right? But us talking about this is going to make people be brave enough to discuss it, be brave enough, because people are scared to talk about this. This is a topic that people are afraid to talk about because it is emotional. It is, and it's rightly so, because it affects people deep, because it has experience with it. It's not just, oh, I think this because I watched this movie or I read this book or I saw this incident. No, because we've experienced it. We've all experienced it, and if we haven't experienced it, we've seen it. We've seen it happen in front of us. So it's something that is emotional. It's something that is emotional. I want to bring in Max Burton. JJ, thanks for the super chat, mate. Max Burton.
Yeah, sorry, the moment's kind of been lost, but still, what I was saying is the way that we can tackle this sort of thing is obviously us living in England. Go to the matches, make yourself present as a black person. Okay, that's another thing which I saw happening, because back in the day, it was just a handful of blacks, and we just used to witness abuse after abuse after abuse after the games. And even I got people at my workplace, people when I used to go to school, why do you support that racist club? Support a different club. And I said, if I support a different club, who wins? They win. I said, I'm not letting them win and drive me out of the club that I love. Okay, I'm still going to come and support my club. As the years have gone by now, I don't go as much as I used to because of circumstances. But when I do go now, you can see the demographics. I'm not sure if Bobby still goes or anyone who goes to the matches, but you've seen lots of blacks, lots of Asians, lots of women now. So it's a nice diverse group. It's still very much a sort of white working class dominated, but you are having far more blacks than I used to see when I was going, and you don't witness anything at the stadium itself. There may be a handful of people doing it, but it's not like widespread as it used to be back in the day. And then the more that we sort of start to embrace the game, go to the games as well, then yeah, and stand up for them. I went to Barcelona, Nou Camp, and I was standing next to this guy. Ronaldinho scored a goal for Barcelona, and he was given some racist abuse. I'm a 6'2", 15-stone guy, and this guy was like 5 foot or whatever. I just gave him a look, I just gave him a look, a glare. Second half, I didn't see him again. That's all I need to do, give him a look. Seriously. And you know what? I used to stand up for myself when I was at when I used to go to the ground. Maybe stupid enough, but I just was fearless when I used to go to the ground, because I said, you know what? I'm not letting them win. I'm not letting. So that's what we just need to do as is come out in force, support the boys. Because if you look at it, it's how stupid is it? Most of the teams now have got 5 or 6 black players in their team, and they'll cheer them, just like England. They were cheering Sterling when he was scoring all those goals. All of a sudden, 2 black guys missed a penalty, and they're the ones who get the abuse. They didn't realise it was a black guy who got them to the final in the first place. And that's how ignorant some people are. And you're not going to get rid of ignorance. Ignorance is always going to be there. But it's always about saying, look, we're not going to stand for this sort of behaviour. So we've got to keep the conversation going and going and going until this thing is eradicated.
All right, listen, lads.
Keep the conversation.
I've got to go, guys, and thank you for having me, Mo. Thanks, Boogeyman.
Kasim, we see each other next stream, yeah?
You are, mate.
Okay, cheers, Kasim.
We see each other next stream, yeah? You don't.
Yeah, 100%, man. Thanks, Max. Thanks, everyone, man.
Love you, brother.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Mohammed. Nice to meet you, mate.
Assalamu alaikum, Kasim. Okay.
Salam alaikum, Habib. Take care. Bye. Bye.
And Mr. Max, sorry, I just want to say one thing just before I go. Max, is it Max who was speaking last, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when I started following Chelsea as a young kid, all my family, they were shocked. They're like, why are you supporting that racist team? Because most of them were Arsenal. Most Arsenal. Then you have few Tottenham. Then you have Liverpool, because they're older generation, and Manchester United. But then I was the first one to support Chelsea in my family. I'm not going to lie to you. And then after me, my nieces and nephew, now the family have more Chelsea supporters among the younger generation who are 30 below. Okay, because of me. But then Chelsea was the racist team when I was a kid. And I started supporting Chelsea because of when Glenn Hoddle went there and brought in Ruud Gullit. And the symbol of Ruud Gullit gave his World Player of the Year.
Sorry, me and you started supporting Chelsea at the same time because that was the moment I started supporting as well.
Yeah, Ruud Gullit gave his World Player of the Year medal to Nelson Mandela when he was free from prison.
Yeah.
Yes, so because of that, and Ruud Gullit, those days, black players were not allowed to have dreads on their head. And he stood and said, I will do whatever I like. I'm a black man, I'm proud. He will play his Bob Marley music. Because of the symbol of him standing up. That's why Ruud Gullit still today. That's my favorite player. I don't care how great you are.
First ever black manager in the Premier League.
He's a musician too, right?
Yeah, he has his dread. People insult him, call him all kind of name to say it's a ghetto whatever. It's like you look like a weed smoker. He didn't care. Okay, good.
Lads, I'm gonna put this topic to bed because this is a topic that will never be put to bed. But I'm gonna put it to bed in regards to us talking about it. We're going to take literally a 1.5 minute break. So if anybody wants to go to the toilet, get a drink. And then I'm going to continue. I'm going to talk about Tuchel. I want to talk about Tuchel. And I'm going to address a couple of players before we end the stream. I always plan the stream to go on for longer because I've not been around for a couple of days. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a longer stream. So we'll be on for like another maybe 45 minutes to an hour. But I'm going to give you all a 1.5 minute break. So go do what you got to do and we'll be right back. All right, guys. So we'll be back in a minute and a half. Here we go. That's it. Yo. Welcome to the Blue Lounge. Welcome to my stream. No. We've been streaming for 3 hours nearly, guys. This is not the beginning of the stream. We've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm glad that Fabio was listening. So big up to him. And big up for you for putting that question in the chat. So big up all round. Listen, people. We've had a slight diversion in our discussion today, but I think it was a diversion well worth taking. A topic that needed to be addressed, and I'm glad that we did. And I think we're all better educated and better off for having those discussions and those topics and points of views that were shared. I want to go back though to the game because we talked a little bit about the performances of certain players, especially the midfielders. We spoke about Ross Barkley, we spoke about Ruben Loftus-Cheek, we spoke about Hakim Ziyech to a degree, Saul. But I want to address this. Is Tuchel looking to incorporate a new system in his game? Was the actual decisions that were made in the last game one-off? Excuse me. Were they decisions that were taken purely for that game, or could we see some of these things implemented moving forward? And I'm talking about, excuse me. And I'm talking about the way we lined up. And I'm talking about the positions of certain players. We addressed earlier Ruben Loftus-Cheek playing. Sorry, we addressed earlier Callum Hudson-Odoi playing out on the wing on the right hand side and whether or not he should be moved in to the left hand side. I want to understand from you guys your point of view on Tuchel's system. And I want to also understand your point of view on the evolution of Tuchel's system, because I think for Tuchel to be successful this season, he is going to have to evolve. He is going to have to change. Where do you think he will be? Firstly, if you agree that he will be changing, where do you think he will be changing? And this is the discussion I want us to have for the next 45 minutes to an hour. And I'm going to leave it open to everyone. We don't have to wait for people to be allowed in. You can jump in anytime. Just make sure you finish. Make sure you wait for the other person to finish their comment, and then you can jump in. So,
can I kick it off?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, one quick point, Kazim. I was going to say with the Hudson-Odoi one, I think he played his best game on the right. So everyone that's been calling out for the left to play left wing might have misunderstood his best position, right? Because the best position we saw him was on the right as well. And with
on the right, sorry,
right wing under Sarri.
Under Sarri,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say that.
Sure,
yeah,
go ahead.
And in terms of the evolution of the team, we are witnessing the evolution, the end of Tuchel's evolution, because I saw a lot of this gameplay that we're doing right now in PSG. He was middling this at PSG, and in one of the Champions League games, just like he did to Hudson-Odoi, he made Neymar play wing back, right? One game, which got him into the finals, in the semi-finals, right? He played Marquinhos in the middle. Marquinhos played free in the back. He's been tinkering with this system, right? And we got the fruits of it. So PSG were unlikely to kick him out. Now, just like every other great system that comes in, there is no reason to change the system. Even last night, people thought there was a bit of a change, but the fundamentals, right, were there of the system, right? This we have such a system now. I think Tuchel's going to ride it, right? He's going to tinker with it, but the fundamentals are, because every other team is changing their play style to suit us now, right?
Fact.
This is why we're winning. This is why we're in best form. Till we get found out, right? Then he's going to tinker more, right? He's going to keep changing it, and it's just going to get better and better, right? Till someone else makes a counter system to this, just like in the days of 4-3-3, Mourinho came in, a 4-3-2-1, right? Has ended that, and this is the evolution that we've seen in history, right? We have no reason to change it, right? We're going to ride it. We're going to win a lot of things with it. There is no, like, what I'm saying is that everyone's changing to us. For us to change it, we're doing ourselves a dishonest. Tuchel would be doing himself a dishonest for him to just change it up, right? And that's why.
I just want to know. Sorry, Mo. I just want to know. Are you saying that we should change from the back 3, back 5 set, or are you saying just like a subtle change? What could be seen as a subtle change?
No, I think he's saying we shouldn't change. He's saying that.
No. I mean you.
That question was for you, Mo.
Sorry. No. My concern is this. Tuchel is going down a similar path to what Conte did when he came to Chelsea. In regards to the system that he implemented, the style of play, it's not the same. It's similar, but it's not the same. And in the first season, Conte had a great time with the team. Season 2, his system was found out. His style of play was found out, and teams were able to adjust to that, and they stopped him from performing the way he performed the previous season. Now, Tuchel, this is why I think Tuchel needs to evolve. When I say evolve, it doesn't have to be a brand new system, a brand new formation, but I believe that an adjustment needs to be made. I know what the Declare is saying in regards to the oppositions need to adjust to us rather than us adjust to them. But that's what I think is going to happen. They are going to adjust to us, and then we need to counteract that. We need to do something about that, because if we don't change, then they're going to beat us.
It's just going to be hard to know where we're going to go with that, though, right? Because we have to know what they're going to do in order to understand what the next move is, right? Right now, we're in the driver's seat. Right now, we're sitting pretty. Like, teams are struggling to play against the system. You know,
I've got a bit of an answer. Sorry, Coach.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I kid you. Yeah, to answer Mo, the Conte system had been around a bit more, and it got easily found out, right, by sitting deep. Now, if you might have noticed in history, what was becoming counter-attacking football had become very popular, especially in the EPL, right? And now and then a lot of teams adjust to it. So anyone that's trying to bring a system, the sitting back deep and counter-attacking was actually somewhat effective, right? And it became popular. Every manager came in, anyone that wanted to survive the Premier League, to play good football was praised, and it was risky, right? Now, this system we got now, that Tuchel change, is very anti-counter-attacking, right? And now that's why teams are struggling, because that was the difference I'm going to bring up, Mo, that Conte's system was more easily found out, right? And teams have to change, and managers, their fundamentals that they've been using for years now, right, in order to counterattack Tuchel. So it's such a different process. And I don't even think that Tuchel hasn't even hit the best form of this, because a player like Koundé, that we should have had, like, was heavily linked with, can change this system a lot more. I think we're still incomplete. Even though we're thinking about changing, get it found out, we're still incomplete. We still haven't had the right players, right, to really get the best out of the system. And then I think that, and I'm hoping, and I believe that Tuchel is such a great manager, genius, that by the time someone figures us out, he will already have 2 steps ahead. He will have 2 moves for that. And as you can see, right, because something I noticed, in the Zenit game, in the Villa game, right, and in the Tottenham game, they all copied something. They all copied what Villa did that game. And when the top 3, one of them always drops deep, which is Mason Mount, right? They went after Mason Mount. He wasn't having a great game, but they went after that player. The turnovers happened from Mason Mount. The other game was Havertz, right? They found a little chink in the armor by going after the player from the top 3 that drops in the middle to make the midfield free, right? That's a little worry to get found out. But you saw straight away Tuchel reacted, put Kante in the middle, changing his head for intensive purposes. But those 3 teams did something similar, right? And I agree, Mo, that I started to think, are we starting to get found out, right? But I feel like teams are struggling, is how I feel too. So Tuchel has that plan to put that midfield free. Mate, going forward, we might play a system where you got Jorginho, Kante, and maybe Saul or someone.
Declared, do you know why I'm actually thinking like this right now? I mean, this is not something that I'm just basing on what we saw with Conte, but I'm also concerned about our performances in the first half, because recently, the past 3 games, I think our performances in the first half haven't been brilliant, and we've had to change something in order for us to adapt. Now, have we been bad in the first half, or has the opposition prepared for us better? And because Tuchel saw what the opposition did in the first half, then he was able to address it and amend the system or the selection for the second half to counter that. This is what I'm trying to understand. I mean, where are we in respect to the system? And, I mean, I can't pinpoint the problem right now, and because I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified, but
you know what?
I'll give a quick answer. The two players that are playing next to Lukaku, right, have very important roles in our system, right? And moving forward, I'm saying it all together, right? And they haven't been that good. When those 2 pillars there fail, right, our system struggles a bit. And plus, there's been a few other people that haven't been up to scratch, and our players aren't even up to scratch, because there was a game we threw in Saul, right? So that Villa game was more on him. Do you know what I mean? And I still think that Chilwell is going to end up in the game, because Alonso, even though he's been great, he's still that side is a little vulnerable, and teams know that, right?
I don't know,
teams
man.
know.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think that like the system that we have set up right now is exalting strengths and like minimizing weaknesses right now. So where you think that somewhere like Alonso can be exposed, you have Rudiger behind him there, who's very aggressive, gets tight, and takes out and covers for him as well. Like the system only really benefits our strengths right now, as far as I'm concerned, and that's why we're winning
Actually, I
games.
agree 100% with Couch.
You know, like I don't know, and like to be honest, like we saw Chilwell yesterday, and to be honest, I still don't think he's at it yet. You know, like he's still not. He needs matches, obviously.
Can I mention something quick about the system? Listen,
Yeah, sure.
Tuchel's system have allowed us to win the Champions League with right now the top of the league with Liverpool. And we're going in the Manchester City game, and if you listen to all the journalists and all those people that comment on it, they all think to say that Chelsea is favorite of it, and we're playing that system. The difficulty about the first half we have is because those teams, when they come in the first half, they have a lot of energy. Even Tuchel say that they just boost their energy on us. They tackle us. They're really physical. And Tuchel said he knows that even with that energy, they're not gonna be able to keep up in the second half. That's why Tuchel think whatever team he will be putting out will handle that energy, and the second half we will beat them anyways, because he's that confident in his system. So even me, I have a lot of worries about that. All those first half performances that we've been having, team are coming, sitting a little down, and when they can be aggressive on Jorginho, they go up at it. When they can be aggressive on it, they really, their energy that they're dispatching at the beginning is the only reason why Ziyech, we cannot see Ziyech. He's not physical guy. He's not find that space. He cannot be that physical. No, Lukaku is a physical guy. That's why he's not being bullied too much. But all from Mount all the way, they will used to it, and they will find a way to dance around it. They're all professional. I think that's why I'm saying, because we're still early in the season. So the first half problem we're having is just because teams are coming with a lot of energy first half, but they will not keep it up for 90 minutes. That's why we beat them in the second half anyway. So the system is working. We just have to find a better way to handle those first half. I think that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's something wrong with the system. Tuchel is still the best manager. I thought about this pretty much the last 3 weeks or something, and that's my view on that subject anyways. I think that system is good, and it's just team coming at us really hard in the first half. That's the biggest thing at this one. But they cannot keep up that energy for 90 minutes, so we will end up beating them. Just make sure you don't score on us too much in the first half.
Boogeyman, so you've had how close were a lot of teams that nearly got a goal, right? And in the next half, they can rest easy if that is the plan. What I'm saying is the system's is nowhere near the failure. They are going after the players, right? So if they look at a game and they see Saul and Chalobah and Hudson-Odoi playing wing back, and they go, we're going to go that side. They get some confidence. They're going after the players that haven't got the system ready yet. They look at some players that aren't ready yet. If we put Chilwell there, right, straight away Guardiola's going to say, that's the side we're going on, right?
Yep.
After our players get up to date, you're going to see, just like last season, a more solid, right? There's no more player sharpness. Everyone's going to be fit, and we're going to be solid, more rock solid than we are now. And people, and like you said, people aren't going to look as good the first half after we get that. So I think that I think our players aren't up to scratch. I think that's why we look a little weak. Sorry, Mark.
Yes,
Max.
sorry. Yeah, I see Boogie, you've had a change of heart then, because you were saying that Tuchel wasn't reacting too quick. But now you understand that's the other team's tactics which are causing us, because as Mo said, teams are not stupid. They're going to look at how we played last season and work out ways to combat us and get the better of us. So it's up to us to come up with different solutions, which Tuchel's doing. And in answer to your question, Mo, about evolving, we are evolving. If you look at we're now playing with a target man. Last season, we weren't playing with a target man.
True.
So we're playing with a target man now. So we've got different ways of attacking teams. Yeah, and it may take a bit away from our pressing at the front, because remember Lukaku is not maybe as good a presser as maybe you had to have Havertz in there or somebody else. But so that's given the opposition a new problem to face. We're also sometimes changing. You see, he's changing it up now. So he's playing 3 in midfield sometimes. Obviously, he's the second half against Tottenham when things are working. He's changed to a 5-3-2, and he started that. That's where the game against yesterday. I think it was a 5-3-2, wasn't it? Loftus-Cheek, Saul, and it was a third one. I can't remember. Yeah, Kante. Sorry.
Kante.
Yeah, Kante. Sorry. Word of 3. So he's going to have other options, because if you're liking it to a Conte had a set system all the time, so he didn't really change it up tactically for him. And with the Conte season as well, what you got to remember is it wasn't only the tactics and getting found out why we didn't have such a good season. It was because we all know what Conte's like. He didn't get his own way with the transfer market, so he started to throw his toys in the air. He was a bit. And so when somebody's always moaning and showing, he's the manager at the end of the day, and it reflects, your attitude reflects what the players see. That's why they sort of, and if they saw him with sort of bad mood all the time, sulking and everything else, then the performances slacked off a bit, because they probably knew he wasn't going to be around for the next season with all the boardroom antics which were going on, the tit for tat stuff which was going on. So, but I don't, for me, I can't. Tuchel is very fluid tactically, and he can change. Within game as well, so he can change his tactics whenever. And even when sometimes we play the 5 at the back, sometimes that's out. Sometimes we can with the players we have, we can go to a 4-3-2 system anyway. So we can know, because he's got people like Azpilicueta can move across and make it a 4 at the back if he wanted to, even in game. So yeah, he's got so much different tactics with the personnel he's got in there. My only worry is the in tens like the Ziyech's, the roles for like the likes of Ziyech and people like that, who I think are struggling in this system at the moment. People may think I'm getting on Ziyech's case because the last 2 videos I made were. I'm not knocking Ziyech, I'm just saying that he's been off the pace, and maybe, as I said, it could be.
It's okay, Max. Let it rip, mate.
No, I'm not. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like this constructive criticism.
Max, that also, I was going to quickly add that having Lukaku actually gave teams an advantage as well, in the way of not the pressing. So when you played a false 9, it gave us an edge in the midfield, right? We dominated the midfield because we didn't have a striker, right? And then we have 3 forwards, right? And they all came back, and the midfield we had too many numbers in the midfield, right? Now we got Lukaku. He doesn't come back, right? So we need at least, like I said, Mount comes back, right? And they know Mount's going to come back. That's our weak point now. This is our team's the scene. That's why I believe, right? Not that I believe, I know that Havertz, Mount, Lukaku is our best forward, because Havertz comes back. That role next to Lukaku, right, isn't an inside forward. We need a guy. We need players there. The characteristics of the players to be a midfielder, an inside forward, and that can score goals and create. Because these players constantly have to drop in the midfield and also go forward and be able to score goals, play with Lukaku and whatnot. That's why Ziyech, Pulisic, and Cho playing in these roles struggle, right? They're gonna, if they can adapt, good on them. They're going to be great players and great players for the system, but the system does not suit them, right? That's why Havertz and Pulisic, not Pulisic, sorry, Mount haven't been the greatest. That's affected our game, and they're the only two players, right, with that characteristics. We can't throw anyone else in there. That's a big issue that we have now, and that's how the system. Trying to explain that, yeah. That's the edge that they have now. The difference from last year and this year.
Mohammed, I'm going to bring you in. I'm going to bring you in.
Can I just ask Declare the question?
Wait, Max.
Yeah.
I need to ask Declare the question. All right, and I need him to give me the exact answer. Declared, what time is it over there right now?
6 a.m.
That's the commitment the man has. That's the commitment the man has. He's been on the stream.
Where is he?
For
Where is he?
Australia. He's been here since 3 in the morning. So big up to him. Big up to him.
Big up, man.
Ask him what you want.
Can I just ask a quick question?
But you did say exact, so it's 6:07. I wasn't exact.
Declare, do you think that Ruben Loftus-Cheek can play in one of those roles?
Do you know, I thought Loftus-Cheek was going to play those roles yesterday, right? But Tuchel went for the false nine again, right? With Saul's playing a very different, like a false nine role, right? And it was weird that he didn't trust Loftus-Cheek there. But I remember pre-season as well. I was hoping.
Can I say something quick? I think he didn't trust Saul to play the deep position. That's the biggest issue. That's why he put Ruben there. It's not because he didn't trust Ruben to play the front. He didn't trust Saul.
I don't think it's that. I think he trusts Saul, but I think he wants Loftus-Cheek to play there, right? Because in those roles he has to fit Pulisic, he has to fit Ziyech, and he has to give these people there. Because and I forgot about Werner, man. Werner as well, right? So what happens?
Declare, we brought him in to play the double six role, and he's not playing there now. Like, and he's giving that role to Ruben. Then what does that mean for the depth chart?
No, I think it's not that. It's all about like the competition. So if Loftus-Cheek, because Loftus-Cheek did it with Sarri too, right? And he actually did an interview about that too. He asked Sarri, "What do you need me to do?" Right? And Sarri told him, and Sarri put him in a position which was kind of forward, where Hazard and that used to play, and he was around the box. That's probably maybe his best role, maybe he's not, but that's what Sarri wanted, right? And now he's probably done the same with Tuchel, and he's probably said, if you can get one of these roles, because I saw a lot of similarities with Kovačić in that game. What Kovačić was doing, he did something similar, and if you could. And Kovačić he's been one of our best players. So if you can look at that and go, if I follow what he's doing, I could do that. And now I got a place in this team. I think that's what he's doing to fight for that role.
Go on, Mohammed.
Yeah. Like Mo, I'm gonna answer you first about the Conte, and then Declare. I have some question for you. Like Mo, most Chelsea fans, we're making a mistake. Conte's second season, Chelsea were not found out. You know what happened? Mm-hmm. You remember Christensen came back from the loan, and Conte fall out with David Luiz, and Christensen was playing the middle three, and Rudiger was signed. Rudiger was playing sometimes, and sometimes it was Gary Cahill. And then Diego Costa left. You remember? Morata came in, and Matic left. So it's not the system. David Luiz was our playmaker from the back. He was the guy that was pinging the ball to Costa if they close Kante and Matic in the middle. David Luiz was the one pinging the ball to Alonso. David Luiz was the one pinging the ball to Moses to beat the press. Okay? And if people go on a low block, it was David Luiz that was building the play from the back to sit in the midfield. Okay? So the players changed. And also when Matic left, Bakayoko came in. He didn't play well. So Fabregas was put in with Kante. Because of Kante run around, Fabregas was exposed. And Morata went out of form. The system was not found out. It was the players. But all of Chelsea fans keep saying the system. Conte's system was never found out.
I remember Costa as well.
Yeah, the players that won the league.
You mentioned him, yeah.
Yeah, the players that won the league, they left. And also Conte fall out with our playmaker from the back. You remember, Christensen is a good player, but he cannot do what David Luiz does on playmaking. David Luiz is underrated, but that season, he was the best defensive playmaker. He was on the team of the season.
Fantastic point.
People are forgetting. Christensen took David Luiz's role. He couldn't play it like David Luiz. And we struggled to break teams because David Luiz was the key. And Matic as well. You remember the young Matic? Matic could dribble like Rubin and them lot. Okay, and he could take a shot as well. So when we lose that,
slow down. He only scored one goal, yeah.
No. What I mean, like when you're taking a shot, it doesn't mean that he's going in, because that forced the defense to push forward. If the defense think you're going to take a shot, what happens is the defenders, they refuse to go deep in their box because they don't want one to fly in. I don't know whether you understand that. Okay, so that was the thing. Players, we lose 5 players in our starting 11.
Yeah, but you also, just so you don't go far ahead, I wanted to add, you remember that he took out Fabregas and he played back
you remember he took out Fabregas at the after he followed up with Costa towards the end of February, the season we won the league. Remember, he changed the system. He put in Fabregas, Matic, and Conte. Conte was that's when Conte was released. Conte was released.
Yeah.
Conte was going all over. So Fabregas was a playmaker too. But the following season, we didn't have Matic. We had Bakayoko and Drinkwater.
He only played 2. He only played 2 of them. And what happened was, and I'll tell you how, and you might remember this.
He played 2 of them until February. But after February, Fabregas played a lot. Just remember.
No. Even against the other way around. He dropped Fabregas. He took a pragmatic role, and we just made it to the end, right? We were drawing games.
Against City. Remember against City away. You remember? That was in January or whatever. You remember Fabregas' ball to Costa? Costa, the equalizer. Remember? Fabregas to Costa. And then later on, he took out. He brought in. I forgot. Our bench player that season as well was Nathaniel Chalobah. Trevor Chalobah's young elder brother. And Loftus-Cheek was part of the squad. And the second season, Loftus-Cheek went to Crystal Palace. Nathaniel Chalobah went to Watford. We lost 7 players from the team that won the league. Conte's first season.
But I'm talking about when Conte got little found out, because I'm talking about the games when we versus the lower teams, right? Because the problem, everyone was chanting that Fabregas couldn't defend, and a lot of the problems
that was the second
came
season,
from
not the
Fabregas.
first season.
And so then he took out Fabregas and he put Kante and Matic, and we had no creativity, and we barely got through some games.
No. The second season, Matic wasn't there. Matic left after we won. You remember he joined Jose Mourinho at Manchester United, and Bakayoko replaced Matic.
Yeah.
We didn't. We won the league with Matic, and Matic left. Costa left.
I'm talking about them.
No. We were not find out. We won 13 games. We won 13 games in a row. We only lost 2 games. You know what?
Let me tell you, mate. Let me tell you, because maybe we're getting mixed up. I'm talking about the period towards winning the league, towards the end, is when we were found out. But we had enough lead, and the other teams dropped points to win. But we were found out from there, right? The next season, right? Everyone did the same things, and we had a harder time. I know we lost players, and I know we lost Costa, and I know we did a bad transfer window. But that was the point where he got found out.
Yeah, people keep saying found out. The thing is, let me tell you one thing. You see Thomas Tuchel, the team he won the Champions League with, you know why he refused to let any player leave? It's because of that. If your player leave, you replace them. Look at Saul. Saul came in, he's a good player. He's struggling to fit in. So it doesn't matter how good you are. If the system is working, you've taken few parts, you're going to struggle. And you're going to struggle on that. To be honest with you.
No, can I just interject, please? I'm very, very sorry to interrupt you. You know, I've got to say, I really enjoy when I'm on a platform and somebody speaks as intelligently as you.
Same.
I think you have hit this. You've knocked this one out of the park, boy.
You're welcome.
This is for real.
I did that, yeah?
This is for real. What Mo is seeing, listen here, look at that guy there. What he's saying, that's it. You know, sometimes I listen to platforms, people use the words like found out. They go on about this player and that player. There are certain key players in a system that a coach employs. That's why if they get rid of Rudiger, I will, let me just not say, I'll be so mad. He's key. I remember a time where Chelsea players had the mouth to start talking about, you know, these get rid of fans. Oh, let's get rid of Kante. We are privileged to have one of the greatest players to set foot on a football pitch in our club. And we had some fans talking about, oh, let's get rid of Kante because he went through a little period of losing form. The players are vital. And what Mo has just said about what happened to Kante, coupled with the fact that Kante wasn't a manager like Tuchel, he didn't know how to adjust things. He didn't know how to start to use his squad. That was why he collapsed. Tuchel right now, what he's doing is genius. I listen to people talking about him and I just smile. He is using players that you will never believe what they're capable of doing until the end of the season. He's beginning to evolve a new type of Ruben Loftus-Cheek. He's got new players that he has to work the team towards getting used to, like Romelu Lukaku. He's exposing the overhyped players, which I'm sorry to say, Ziyech. I think there's been a lot of hype around Ziyech, and I'm not sure he will ever live up to that hype. People like Saul, we said, look, be careful here. There's a reason Atletico Madrid let this guy go. Yes, he's going to perhaps improve, but he's never going to rip up trees. You can just see it. This man knows what he's doing. He knows the key players he needs, and he knows those that he needs to slowly start to ease into his system, and that's exactly what he's doing. If you could give
Bobby,
marks out
bang
of
on.
10, Mo, you're a top man.
I agree. Bobby, you're
Declare, and also you spoke about Ruben Loftus-Cheek. You know, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, when he broke into the Chelsea youth team, he was 15 years old. And Nathaniel Chalobah was 17. And Louis Baker was 17 as well. Do you know he was playing the defensive 6 with Nathaniel Chalobah at 15? They were challenging 18-year-old. Okay,
His debut was a defensive midfielder.
Yeah, that's the role Ruben played for 2 years. When Nathaniel Chalobah and Louis Baker left and went for their loan move, Ruben moved into the 10, into the 8/10. And that role is the role now Mount and Havertz are playing. When Conte came in, you remember his first preseason, that's where he put Ruben, was playing next to Costa.
Yes,
okay,
because that's what Ruben said.
Let me tell you one thing. Ruben and Anjorin, they're the best inside forward Chelsea have. They're better than Mount when it comes to dribbling. They're better and scoring. Let me tell you one thing. Ruben Loftus-Cheek can score goals better than any of them, and it's not selfish.
That position requires more, though, right? That position requires more than just goal scoring.
That's what I mean. The only thing Mount is better than us. Now Mount can block the passing lane when we defend him better than Ruben. But when it comes to if you want more from the attacking players, that position is Ruben Loftus-Cheek on Tino Anjorin will let go. That's their best position.
I agree. But I think that the system is not gonna allow them to play that to play.
Thank you. The defensive side, but the defensive side is the problem. Yeah, the defensive side is the problem. Yeah, the defensive side is the problem. But if at all we said we attacking low block team, those two nobody will stop them because they're both left and right foot. They can shoot, they can dribble. And Ruben Loftus-Cheek, if he beats you in a dribble, you can't catch him because he's big. He's big. He's huge. He's like a wardrobe. Yeah. And Anjorin as well. Look at Anjorin.
I'll answer what you asked me, right? I knew Ruben played that position, and he also came out in the Conte year, and he said his best position was the 10, right? That's how he felt, right?
Yes.
Now what I was describing was what Loftus does, right? And he's been doing. He says he's a 10, but he's been trying to play different positions to get playing time, right?
Yes.
And I feel that he is also trying to play the sixth role because that's where we're the lightest. Even though we got Saul in, right? He probably thinks that he can get in front of Saul, right? Maybe he thinks he can get in front of someone else. But he's chosen that spot, or maybe Tuchel has told him to do that spot, right? Because that's the easiest way you're going to get in, rather than with Mount. I do agree that he shares, and I described it before, he shares the same characteristics, right, as Mount to play that role. I think he can play it. The only problem is that we have too many players there. right? So I wish he did that because I want to see him up there, right? And last
Don't be surprised.
night, yeah, but in the sixth round,
don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. You know, for me, I love the youth team because I've been watching them since. Oh my God, since Broma and Van Honholt, Gail Calcutta. I've been watching the youth team like I'm an addict when it comes to. I know this kid. I know all their roles. Let me tell you one thing. Mason Mount, I love him. He needs to step up. Believe me, Tuchel is no mock. Sooner or later, he's gonna try Loftus-Cheek there. And when he try him there, forget it. That will be the end of most of these players that are fighting behind Lukaku. It will be the end of their Chelsea career. Yeah, he will do it one day because Tuchel is not stupid. He's trying him in the 6th. He's sure that I can do it. It's not my favorite position, but I can do it. And he's gonna try him in the 8th, and he will prove to Tuchel I can do it as well. And then,
if he does, he'll become a very important player because if he can do both roles, and that's what Tuchel loves. Yeah, his versatility.
He's gonna create a problem in the Chelsea fan base because some Chelsea fan base they don't care about the club, they care about players.
They don't care about the fan base. Listen,
Can I say something, Mo?
Because these wingers are going to get phased out, right?
Yeah.
Go on, Max.
Ziyech,
let's get Max in here.
Cho, and who else?
You guys are monopolizing the time, man. Jesus.
Yeah, guys. All I want to say is that's what I say, and that's why I asked the question to Declare before because the way Ruben Loftus-Cheek played yesterday, he's saying, you know what, I'm still around, guys. Remember me. If you look at when he was playing under Sarri, he was after Hazard, or along with Hazard, I think, our most important player. This guy's phenomenal, and what he does, as Mo said, he can shoot with both feet. He can dribble past the player. He's also good in the air. Did you see yesterday? He was unlucky with a header. He's got the physicality as well. So he's got all the attributes. So as I said, I hope that what Tuchel's doing is he's not looking at, okay, what these players done for me last season. If Loftus-Cheek's doing it in training and doing it on the pitch, then he needs to be playing games as well because I love Mount as well. But the thing where Mount needs to improve is his finish. Is his finishing. He's just a bit too excited in front of goal, I think. Like yesterday, great bit of skill, but he lacked that composure at the end when he dragged it wide. Ruben Loftus-Cheek scored a lot of goals, didn't he? In the second half of that season where we played was under Sarri. Did you see that hat trick he scored in Europe as well? Brilliant hat trick. But he scored some important goals for us as well. If this guy can stay fit, then I think he can play games. The reason why we're seeing a drop off sometimes in what with Havertz and Mount this season is because last season they were overplayed. And when you think Mount played most games for England as well, so he's not had a rest. He's played throughout the whole season. So he's come back looking jaded and a bit off the pace. So I think we need to use our squad a lot more this season because of the amount of games that we've got this season. We've got the World Club Cup to come. If we progress in all competitions, that's over 70 games we're going to be playing this season. So we've got to use our squad wisely.
You know what else?
I'd like to add something.
And you know what else? I gotta leave, but I'm just gonna add on to what Max was just saying. I think what we're playing right now is a 3-4-3 with 2 10s. What we're actually trying to play is, or what we've been seeing the last little while, is like a 5-3-2. And that sort of like role where Mount plays as sort of like that 8-10 role, that's exactly where Ruben could slot in. If we play that 5-3-2 a little bit more, Ruben's going to come in on that role as a deputize for a bit because there's nobody else that can actually play that role. But also, if he could actually show his value in the number 6, he'll get more minutes. He'll get more minutes because I think that that number 6 role, if he can play it as effectively as he did yesterday, there's going to be minutes there for him because I still don't trust Saul. I'm not a believer yet, and I think that there's some minutes that can be eaten there. But that's just me, guys. I got to go pick up my kid, but it was great talking to you guys, man. And Mo, nice to meet you.
Fantastic.
Claire, always good talking to you guys. Let's talk soon again, all right, guys?
Yeah. Cheers, Dennis.
Take care. All the best.
See you now.
Thanks.
Yeah, my
Boogeyman,
is, yeah.
Boogeyman, I'm gonna bring you in, but I'm gonna go around the block and give everyone their final 2 minutes. because the stream has been going on for
that's the problem. Every time I want to talk, that's why you're trying to close the stream, right?
No, Boogeyman. No,
But you've had 70% of the stream. Come on now, don't be greedy.
Yeah. Listen, before I give you guys an opportunity to give me your closing statement, it's been a fantastic stream. We've covered a lot of topics, a lot of good topics. I will be streaming. I'll try to stream tomorrow, but I'll probably end up streaming the day after tomorrow for the preview. But guys, for the next few days, it's going to be sporadic. My streams are going to be sporadic. So make sure you have the bell notification button turned on. Now, I know I got a super chat here from Gabriel, and thank you for the super chat. But I think this stream, notifications didn't go out to everyone because numbers have been quite low and people have been coming in saying that they didn't know the stream was live. So make sure you guys turn the bell notification button on, and if you have already got it turned on, reset it, turn it off, and then turn it back on again, because sometimes notifications are not going out. But we will.
Mo, a little thing what other people just a quickie. Something what other people are doing is setting up Discord channels and just sending out the thing through Discord, because that's a bit more reliable than the YouTube algorithms at the moment. So just a thought, maybe going forward.
Sure. I'll be looking into that. I'll be looking into that. Another super chat by Gabriel. Wimbledon Loftus-Cheek got us talking about Chow and other chance of. Yeah, I don't know. We discussed Chow. We discussed him earlier in the stream.
Sorry. Can I just talk just 1 second on Chow?
You can when it's your 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm going to give you all 2 minutes. You can discuss whatever you want to discuss in those 2 minutes. But Gabriel, always thank you for your super chats. I think the lads will be addressing this comment in the closing statements.
Can I go first? Because I need to run.
You need to run. Okay. Mohammed will have you after Max. Max, go ahead, mate.
Yeah. So we started off talking about Black Lives Matter, etc., and we finished off talking about the likes of Rudiger, Loftus-Cheek, Lukaku. So our club is a diverse club, yeah. So our players, the way we play, we've got a diverse team. We've got Muslims in our team. We've got whites. We've got blacks. Our supporters are diverse. We are one. One colour should be blue. Okay. So let's all unite together. Let's keep this race going until action is done. You know. But most of all, let's just stay united as a club, and we all stand together. Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Big up, Max. Thank you, Max. Big up to you, mate.
Hey, Max, that was a great closing statement. You should have went last.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Cheers. Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Max. Bye-bye. Mo, it's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, with this show, like a lot of people are going hard on the kid. But one thing I want people to realize is, Achilles injury is like knee ligament damage as well. You remember Alexandro Del Piero, the Juventus player, 1998. He was the best number 10 in the world. He was competing for that Ballon d'Or with the Brazilian Ronaldo that year. They both had injuries. And after that injury, he never come back to be his proper self. He became a good player, but he never fulfilled his top potential anymore, because it took him 2 years to recover properly. He had to change the way he walked, the way he dribbled. It took him 2 years to even score 10 goals. Okay, the Brazilian Ronaldo, from that 98 injury, he never ever picked a ball from the middle of the park to beat 5-3 people. He used to just run into the ball and beat the goalkeeper. He changed his way of playing. Michael Owen, after 2001, his football changed. So the injury Cho has to go and play like Ruben, even at a relegation club for a couple of years, to learn how to run, because he doesn't trust his body. He's healed, but he has not played. With that injury, if you don't play for a year and a half football, there is no way you will be confident to do things that are normal. Because guess what? The things that he wants to do, in his mind, he can do it. But the muscles are not built up in that leg for him to do it. People can say, oh, he's healed more than a year. Until he play football constantly, the muscle in that leg are not going to be strong enough. Because I play football at amateur level. I know players who are great players. Okay, Marco van Basten. You name it. Great players that had similar injury or knee ligament damage. They never came back the same. And it took some of them 2 years, 1.5 years of playing football. And Shaw is just practicing and playing one game every 5. He's never going to recover. Chelsea just need to either sell the kid to fulfill his potential or send him on loan. Like Ruben. Look at Ruben. The Fulham loan, people thought it was a waste of time. That's the best thing that ever happened to him, playing football, to recover, muscle memory, build the muscles. Okay, you see Harry Kane went on 3 loans. None of the loans were successful. But look at him now. David Beckham went to Preston on loan. Loan, sending players on loan. It was never meant to be for the players to perform. It's for them to gain time. But now we are in FIFA. Thank you very much. Now this FIFA generation, everybody think when you go on loan, you need to score 20 goals. No, loan is for you to gain game time. Frank Anderson and Michael Emelano, they said it. If you send a player on a loan and they play 1,000 minutes, that loan, as a young player, minimum 1,000 minutes, that loan is a success. If the second loan is for between 1,500 to 2,000 minutes, they count minutes, not the goal you score, not the passes you make, they count minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mo. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I want to see you again, Mo. I want to see you again.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
Definitely.
All right. It's been a pleasure. Great feedback, great points. And you've definitely enlightened us in your comments. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Is more real Chelsea fan? Is more Chelsea fan?
Yeah. I mean, I used to go to Chelsea most because, to be honest, the company I work for we have clients that have boxes in all the Premier League stadiums and most of the Championship stadiums. So if I normally used to go to like all the Chelsea matches when they play away in one of our client boxes, like in the north of England. Yeah. So but now because of my kids are getting, like my son is 12, 13. He has his own activities: football, basketball, swimming, and my daughter as well is in tennis. They play golf, they play swimming. So their schedule clash with the football, so I can't attend matches like I used to. Yeah, I've been a Chelsea fan since 1993, 94.
Amazing. Just make sure next time you come, you wear something blue. That red thing is not going to match.
No, I have.
That's a joke. Don't worry about me. That's a joke. Welcome. You should come more often, like Mo say. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Boogeyman. I've been listening to you guys for a while, though. I've been listening.
Mohammed, I have to introduce you. I have to introduce you to Boogeyman. Boogeyman.
Okay.
He always comes out with these kind of things. So now
I've been listening.
You're part of the team. You're part of the team now. So you get used to Boogeyman. Get used to.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you all. Okay. Okay. Have a good day.
Our pleasure. Mashallah. All right. We'll go with Declared. Declared. Give me your final thoughts, mate.
Well, it has been a great.
Before you give me your final thoughts, I want you to promise me one thing. As soon as you log off, you're gonna go get some sleep before you do anything else, mate. Because you need to get.
No, I'm joining with Mo. We're gonna keep going.
What?
Yeah, Mo, back and forth. I hope he's still here. Hey, don't go. Well, he did hit some spots because I was that player that had 2 knee recos before 21, who actually thought I was gonna do great things and never made it. Couldn't get out of that, and I've had 3 of them. So yeah, you do never come back. I can't believe Mo talked about Cho for his 2 minutes. I want to praise everyone. This is my first time, and like I told you, it is 6:30 in the morning, and I wish it was like I had a more clear head because I can feel myself a little bit, not getting my points across. But it's great. I love it. I love talking with with everyone. I love the interaction, and as you can tell, my brain is just constant football, just constant Chelsea. I'm a football fan. I'm watching Roma and Udinese as I'm talking to you guys too. So this has been my life, and I just love talking. So talking with you guys is passionate. That's why I think I apologize if I got, I did cut off a lot of people, but it's almost like a tick for me to really interact with you guys, and I love it, and I want to come again, and I love Bobby too. So I hope he praises me one day.
Declared, I got to say something to you. When I posted the stream earlier, you were one person I was hoping to see on the stream because you commented before asking me if I would stream earlier. So I actually hoped to see you in the stream. So
because I click on that bell, Mohammed, and I always, when I wake up, I see it that you did a live stream right while I went to bed. But now I was up awake, staying up. And then I saw it, and I jumped straight away, and I had it there waiting, and I was the first one there.
No, declared. I love you, man. You're a man after my own heart, a pure fan. You're just like me. You're very, very passionate about Chelsea. You love talking about Chelsea. You keep it real, and this is why people like you really resonate with me. This is why Mo resonates with me. He's a real person. He's not into all the airs and graces, trying to big up himself, and he gives everybody a chance. He's a very down-to-earth guy, and I'm always for that. You're a fan, you're a Chelsea fan, you're number one for me, mate. So don't worry. On this platform, we say as it is. If we say something that we don't see something we don't agree with, we say it, and that's the beauty of it. There's nothing behind it. It's just an opinion, nothing more.
Exactly.
That's 100% right, Bob. Because I actually tried doing this because I had a group of friends that all now got married and we can't have these talks as much as we used to. So I tried other platforms. Like I think one of the worst ones that I found was Reddit. I went to the Chelsea Reddit and I stuck up for Jorginho, I stuck up for Sarri. I explained very tactically as I try to do here, and I just got downvoted. I got abused and downvoted because people learn their soccer from FIFA, right? And they don't know that they don't want to have a back and forth. They just want to abuse and when they've got the downvote button, they can hide your message from everything. And I fell out and I didn't have this talk. And now I started staying up late and I started seeing these streams. And there are actually Chelsea fans, but just because of the time zone, I never saw them. And then and I try to get involved now, and I'm loving it. And that's why Mama can say it. Well, I was like, hey, I'll keep missing your streams. Where are they? So I've been looking out for a lot of streams. And I started jumping on them.
Listen, this is the best stream where you can come and just pull your view out. If you follow me, I'm not the most hated, but I'm the more controversial. But I still have voice on this stream. And I mean, listen, you're welcome here anytime you want. And just come and talk.
So you have a channel too, Boogie?
Me? I'm not even dreaming of anything. I have
Oh no, because you said if you follow me. Sorry, I thought you.
No. If you follow me talking on this channel, you will notice that if they don't take all our opinion in consideration, I won't be here. I'll probably be banned to maybe a few months ago, but they still let me talk. So
there's still time, Boogie man. There's still time. There's still time to ban you.
I have 2 strikes. Just declare. In case you don't know, I'm on 2 strike already. The 3rd one is not there yet. So, man. You're welcome. I like you also, as Bobby said.
Yeah, thanks.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, declared. And you, Mohammed, everybody who's joined the stream today, this is your channel. The Blue Lounge is that. It's a Blue Lounge. It's for all Chelsea fans to come on and discuss, banter, talk, agree, disagree. That doesn't matter. End of the day, we're all gonna educate each other, enlighten each other. Whether we like it or not. I mean, we can support a player, we can support a team, we can support a system. End of the day, if we don't talk about it, if we don't discuss it, then we're not real fans, because we have to be able to listen to each other and address these thoughts and ideas, and together we'll grow as a community, as a fan base. We'll grow. And for me, it's all about giving a platform for discussion and debate, rather than a platform for hate and and fighting, because I've seen some of these debates. They turn out to be fights, and everyone is shutting each other up, and this is not what we're here for. I agree or disagree with your opinion. I'm going to respect it, and I'm going to give you a chance to air your opinion on the Blue Lounge. So big up to you, Declared.
Yeah, and probably my biggest question I was going to ask you, if I got you backstage and that, and you probably summed it up. Is this like a normal stream for you? Because this was a bit crazy. This went for long, and this had intense and big topics, and this was very different to the other ones.
Yeah.
And like you said, there is fighting. Some of those other streams, people go after, like, let's say, Mo, you come out and say, or anyone says, Ziyech is my man, right? And people will on purpose go after your player, right? And use that against you, and it's just a back and forth, and they all forget that we all go for the same team. We all go for You almost think rival fans were going at it.
Yeah, no, we always have intense debates on this channel. We always have controversial opinions, especially from Boogeyman, sometimes from Julius, sometimes from Bobby, sometimes from Kasim. Everyone has their own opinion, and we'll discuss it. No one attacks anyone because of their opinion. All right. We'll always discuss it and try to validate it or not. I mean, I can say I like the way Ross Barkley played in his 10 minutes or 15 minutes that he had. I can say I liked it. Whether or not does that make Ross Barkley the next best thing since sliced bread? No, it just means that he had a good game, and we can discuss it. We can have a discussion about it, whether it's good, bad, but we need to be able to discuss it, rather than having taboo subjects. We can't talk about this because it'll make this person angry or that person angry. There's none of that on this channel. I'm always happy to hear opinions. Just be respectful, and everyone is going to treat you with respect, and we'll have a discussion. The minute someone steps out of line, I'm straight away moving them out of the stream, because I don't want to have anyone feeling unwelcomed or feeling hate on the stream. So we keep it civil. And it's been good. So hope to see you in the future streams. And
Barkley comments, it kept me awake. That's how shocking.
Yeah,
it
no,
was. Kept me awake for 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I was glad he made him. It gave us a chance to get to know you better. So that's good.
It's great. It's happy to.
All right, Declared. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in the next one. Take care, brother.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Take it easy, guys.
Cheers. Bye-bye. All right, we'll go with Julius. Julius, give me your final thoughts on the stream, on the match.
I've not been talking too much today.
He's been quiet. He's been listening.
Sorry, I'm working actually while trying to keep listening, at stuff. But it's been a great stream. Very, very nice. I wish I came earlier. Regarding the game yesterday, I think we did okay. It wasn't too bad when you play three at the back with brand new or with young defenders or defenders who didn't play consistently against a very, very good Aston Villa. I think we did very well. And if you look at the goal we conceded yesterday, it was a brilliant goal, man. Like, I don't know if I want to blame Shaloba. It's very unlucky. It was just one of those amazing goals. Great header, man. Unreal. So the cross, the header, everything about that goal was perfect. It's very tough to defend those. It's just I'm very happy with our performance overall. The only goals we've been conceding are either questioned penalties like the one against Liverpool, or unreal goals, basically. Since last year, all the goals we've conceded, especially in Champions League as well, have been wonder goals. So it just shows you that how far we've came as a team defensively. And it's unreal, man. I'm very excited, very optimistic. I want to say something regarding Rudiger. I'm a little bit worried regarding his contract situation. I do not understand how we have not solved or fixed this issue situation yet. What are we waiting for? This should be priority. And not to hit back at the board and sound like I'm always hating on Marina or whatever. But if they don't fix that, man, this is gonna set us back 2-3 years because he is crucial. We the reason why we are so good at the back is him as well. One of the biggest reasons. So to lose actually on paper probably the best center back in Europe right now is not smart. Especially when your team's setup and fundamentals is based on defense. We don't play offense. We're not known to play sexy football. We are a tough team to play against because of how good we are defensively. So we need to get that fixed, man. If we don't, that's gonna be it's gonna be tricky, man. You know?
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I think Bobby also alluded to having players that are key for your system, for your Champions League title, for the opportunity or the chances of winning the Premier League this season. Rudiger is one of those players. Rudiger is
Yeah,
definitely one of those
yeah.
big names. So
And
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Chelsea are dragging this out because if he's asking for 200k, pay him 200k.
exactly.
All right, he's worth that money. He's
Yeah,
proven it. He's proven it. He's not
absolutely.
a unknown commodity that you're gonna bring in and hopefully will he perform? Will he not perform? No, you know he performs to the system that you're playing. Okay, so the fact that he's been picked, pretty much every game, it just shows that. So
Yeah. I want to say one more thing before I go. I absolutely love Boogeyman so much. What a guy.
I
Yo,
can't
yo,
I can't.
Julius. Yo, listen, man. You, yo, I love you. Let's just put it this way.
Me
Yeah,
too.
yeah, I love you. Yeah, I just like
Listen,
how sharp you are with your comments and everything. It's just amazing. And same way, if I love you, that means I love Bobby because you, boy, you just like
Thanks, man.
you got more from the same thing, and just one come more often, not the other, not too much, but it's good. It's good. And but we need to see you more often,
Boogeyman is
Jules.
pure energy and pure what's the word here, controversy. So I'm glad I have pure energy and controversy on my stream. So big up to Boogeyman. Julius, thank you for coming on. I know you're busy and you're working, and it's hard for you to get time to come on the streams. But I appreciate every time you do come on. So big up to you, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one, mate. Take care of
For
yourself.
sure. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Cheers, Julius. Thank you. Good night, brother. Bye bye.
Julius, take care, man.
All right, we'll go to Boogeyman. Boogeyman, I'm gonna let Bobby sign out the stream, so I'll let you be the one before the end. So,
Well, thank you very much.
give me
Thank
your
you.
thoughts, Boogeyman.
Yes, it was a long and emotional one, but let's just focus the last word on Chelsea, right? Yesterday, I know a lot of people said Kepa and Ruben were much of the match. They played really good. But I think also we need to give some credit to James because he's the senior in those three center back, and all those he pretty much correct a lot of mistakes of Chaluba most of the time. Every time Chaluba is caught out of position, he managed to control the ball, pass the ball, and all. Most of the tackle on the edge of the box, he did most of them yesterday. And every time I'm looking at him, he's so calm. Even those head back to Kepa, those chest back to Kepa, I never see him so calm. But and then at the same time, he's not playing with Thiago, and he was not playing with Rudiger. He was playing with two new center backs. So I think we should give a lot of credit to. I forgot to say that at the beginning. And when it comes to Rudiger, listen, I think I told you before that if me I was Rudiger, I would left. I would probably go because I think because of what they did to me in the past. But letting Rudiger go will can't put us back 3 or 2 years. So as a Chelsea fan, I want him to stay. That's for sure. Because if he leaves, I'm not gonna wish him good or anything. Because I love Chelsea and I would like him to stay. So hopefully Marina saw that out and he stays. In general, I have some issue with changing a team that is winning, because for me, in my mind, we that Chelsea team from last year that win us the Champions League has Mount and um, Havertz and I would say Ziyech in some ways, and also Timo Werner as the front three. So I understand the fact that they have to compete for each positions, but forcing, allowing, not allowing, but I'm just a little worried about the fact that everybody is tend to be after Mount as okay, he's not performing and all those things. But Mount walked Mount, yeah, Mount, right? Mount Mason. Let me just go for Mason. Mason works off the ball is so important for us. That's one major reason why he's still in that team, and that's one major reason why he's sometimes where they amber. So I'm thinking, yeah, Loftus has his chance, but changing stuff so fast, putting Loftus in, which Lukaku has made that position his. We're trying to adapt to him right now. So we need to give enough time to Mount and the Harvest to adapt to that way of playing. Our first half are not good, but I think it will get better. I kind of study the whole thing and think about it. I think it's just normal thing that our first half are difficult, but we need to give them time instead of make them under pressure. Mount thinking, okay, am I losing my position? Then we're losing the core of the team that won us the Champions League last year. I would like that core to stay. If Loftus came in, he can play all the cup games, certain Champions League game, and all those things to make his quality known by Tuchel, and Tuchel has to find a way to keep at least Mount Harvest that core there all the time, and use Ruben sporadically. But I don't want him. I don't know how he will do it. He is the coach, but I just don't want him to destroy the core element that we us Champions League last year. He need to find a way to do it. No, I'm not a coach, so that will be my last word. And listen, it's good to be Chelsea fan. We're top of the league. It's good to be Chelsea fan. I didn't like the Alonso whole thing, but guess what? I'm over it. Everybody knows what I think about it, and I will support Alonso. I will support the team. Just the way it is. And thanks for having me. And listen, thanks, Bobby. Oh, you said something amazing today. I was close to cry. If you don't believe me, yeah, because that's how deep I'm involved in those things, and for you to just say you're sorry or you haven't done anything bad to me, like on this partner, it reached me so deeply. And I would say again, thank you for saying that. It has nothing personal against you, but just saying it's really good to hear. Thanks, man. And Mo.
Cheers, Boogeyman.
Cheers, man.
Cheers, Boogeyman.
Thank you. Cheers. Have a good night, Boogeyman.
Yo,
Thank
cheers.
you very much. Cheers.
Yo.
Thank you. MDT Mohammed, thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated, and thank you for being on. You're saying thanks for having you. No, thank you for coming on. You have given us a lot in the stream. Your knowledge is brilliant. Your history is spot on, and your perspective is brilliant. So thank you for coming on, more, and thank you for the super chat. Bobby, fantastic stream. We covered a lot. We covered a hell of a lot today, and I think we're all better people for discussing these things and addressing these things both on and off the pitch. So yeah, it's been fantastic, man. I want to hear your final thoughts on it.
Yeah, it's been different. It's been intense. I admire. I mean, this sort of sums you up. You know, down to earth, open, accommodating. This was an important. I sort of came on. Well, I started listening to you about the football, and when I was able to join, I was surprised that the topic that was being discussed. But this has been something that people are afraid to talk about, because I don't know why we tend to be a society that doesn't like facing truth. And truth makes us uncomfortable. Truth makes us nervous, really, because we think it might even shed light on us and maybe some of the things we've done in the past that might be reflecting what is being spoken out against now. I always take the opinion that, look, it doesn't really matter what happened before. What happens now in order to affect what will happen in the future is what's perhaps more important. It was an important topic. It was important you addressed it. It was important that those that felt it so badly were able to speak about it. And maybe some people may not appreciate it, but with time, if they ever listen to this stream, I think they will. So well done to you in particular for addressing this. About the football, I don't know why I'm always the last person to sign off, but there you go. I'll take that as a privilege, as it is always to be on your stream. About the football, Mo, I've got to say, mate, if you look back to every stream I've enjoyed on your platform since we won the Champions League, I've been relaxed. I don't think I've ever been more relaxed about Chelsea than I am now, not even in the Mourinho days. It's not an overconfidence, it's a logic. We're on the right path. We have the right man. And all we have to do is keep doing the right things. And we will create a legacy. We will. We are sometimes picking holes where the holes aren't to be picked. And I fully understand it makes for conversation and it allows people to develop understanding based on their current understanding. So it's good to do that. But when you have faith in what's happening around you and you see how it's not yet being appreciated, it can be frustrating. I would be so bold as to say that we are living in a special time at Chelsea Football Club. If we thought it was special when Roman came, and then we thought it was special during the Mourinho eras, hang on to your hats and just keep Tuchel and what's gonna happen over the next 5 years. It's going to be incredible for this club. It really is. That's my personal belief.
No, I agree. I think we are getting on a roller coaster of success, of emotion, of experience, and I think a roller coaster goes up and down. But I think we're gonna have more ups than we are gonna have downs. I think Tuchel, from what I've been seeing, from what I've been reading, from what I've been watching recently, the determination that he has to succeed is second to none. For him, failure is not an option. Failure is something that scares him, and I think, this is only something that he's going to build on. The success that we've had in the Champions League and the Super Cup is just the beginning. So I'm excited. And Bobby, thank you for the nice words and the kind words that you said regarding the stream and regarding the channel. You've been here since the beginning, so you know what the channel's all about, and you know what our goal is. And I'm just thankful that I've been able to achieve some of it, because for us is to educate, for us to have a what's the word here? An educated opinion about our club rather than just an emotional opinion about our club. Yes, football has a lot of emotion involved in it, but at the same time, emotion is only part of the opinion, part of the fact. The fact is there's some logic, there's some tactics, there's some technique, there's some skill, there's some history. There's all of these things that incorporated into being a Chelsea fan rather than just being an emotional Chelsea fan. And this is what we're trying to. This is what we're trying to achieve on this channel, to get our fan base to be enlightened, and we're doing it together. Us here on the panel, the people in the chat, the people watching, we are all gaining something by being here, and for that I'm thankful, and I'm thankful to have this opportunity with you guys, and I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for Boogeyman, for Julius, for Max Burton, for Kasim, for everyone who's coming on here and doing their bit. And today we've had two new guys jump on the bandwagon, Declared and Mohammed. So it's good to have this this family keep on growing. So thank you for being here, Bobby. Appreciate you always.
Thanks for having me. Just one last thing. I
Sure.
know there are some sort of family concerns. I don't really want to broadcast them. It's not my place, but I think it's so important as to say, hang in there, have faith, load them up with lots of vitamins, keep the temperature down, and they will ride this out. It does happen.
Hopefully. I'm a little bit, my mind is in a million places right now, but hopefully we'll get through this. It's like you said, it's just a matter of time, and hopefully everything will work out. So it is what it is, and we survive, we get on with it, and we just keep marching on.
Absolutely.
Cheers, Bobby. Appreciate your kind words, mate. Thank you.
Good night. Speak soon.
Good night, Bobby.
Thanks,
See you later,
Bobby.
mate. Take care.
Bye.
Cheers, Bobby.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Guys, I'm gonna play this cut screen one more time. Let me see. How to get this on? There we go. Lads, your support to this channel is required. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Only 30% of my viewers are subscribers. 70% are not subscribed to my channel. So a lot of people who come on my streams are not subscribers, and I'd like to ask you, if you are watching this and you haven't subscribed, to consider it. Thanks to everyone. Really appreciate you for being here. I will see you in my next upload, my next stream. I'm not sure exactly when it's going to be. Maybe tomorrow. If not, it will definitely be the day after. Have a good night. It's been a long one. I'll see you all later.